I think when I won the Gold Cup, that was the crowning achievement of my whole life.
The unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing, run for the Gold Cup. This is the one every man in boat racing strives to win, because this is the top prize.
Muncie came out of nowhere to take the lead.
And Talent almost completely off the water. The object? A small Tiffany Gold Cup that represents the pinnacle of achievement for the hydroplane racer.
Morning, Guntersville, and welcome, race fans. Welcome to the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, featuring the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brad Luce, and I have the good fortune to once again being charged with keeping you fans apprised of all that is going on this weekend, both on and off the water. And trust me, we have a busy schedule. There will be a lot of activity. But for 2022, I will not be working alone on the microphone. It is my great pleasure to introduce not only a very recognized face and voice when it comes to unlimited hydroplane announcing, but also one of my best friends in the world. You heard him here a year ago. This time we've got him here full time. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the microphone Jeff Ayler. Jeff, welcome to Guntersville, buddy.
Brad, good morning. Thank you.
Let's try it again. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the microphone Jeff Ayler from Madison, Indiana. Good morning, Jeff.
Brad, good morning. Welcome to Guntersville, and so glad to be here with you this weekend. This wonderful facility, the volunteer staff, organizers, first class. It's going to be a great weekend of racing for the APBA Gold Cup. We're off in testing. It's 9 a.m. in Madison, Indiana, 6 a.m. in Tri-Cities, Washington. Get your coffee, get your favorite breakfast treat. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going, and we've already got it going, Jeff Ayler. Out on the water for the first time. For the first time, not only this weekend, but for the first time ever, we have piston power out on the water in the form of a current day H1 Unlimited hydroplane. The U3 Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware. This is a race team you know extremely well.
For fans along the shoreline, a throwback to yesteryear that brought unlimited hydroplane racing to its prominence back in the 1950s and 60s. This craft is powered by a World War II aircraft engine, the Allison 1710 cubic inch with the turbochargers. The motor weighs 1 ton, 2,000 pounds, pumps out about 3,000 plus horsepower. Brad Luce, Jimmy King, the driver, experienced shoe out of Memphis, Michigan. On this testing run, it's great to see the Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware at Lake Guntersville.
Yeah, it's really good to see him here. Boat owner Ed Cooper from Evansville, Indiana, has wanted to come down here for a long time. He is here. He's coming slowly down the front straightaway here. Now he starts to put his foot in it, and I got a question for you, Jeff, after he goes by. But it's Jimmy King driving the U3. Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware as he heads down to turn one. This is only the second time he's been around this course. He's got to get his bearings here a bit. But I think the fans are asking a question. I'm going to walk you right into this one, Jeff. Can that boat be competitive here this weekend?
Without a doubt, it's competitive. This boat could get hooked up in lane number one. You can see the acceleration off the turn, the turbocharged Allison. Of course, our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, Brad, the world's fastest racing boats. 28-foot length, 14-foot wide, straightaway speeds capable of up to 200 miles per hour in racing competition here at Guntersville. 185, 190 is not in doubt at the end of each shoot. 6,700-pounder racing vessel. Brad, it's going to be a great Gold Cup. We're off to a good start with our weather this morning here in Northeast Alabama.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're looking at Jimmy King. He put his foot down right at the entrance pin to the upper corner. He's running a timing mark. He's coming down behind the U91. The Goodman Real Estate with Jeff Bernard. Oh, get ready. This is what it's going to look like later this afternoon when we get 4 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes out there all at the same time. Jeff, that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I'm ready to go. I know you are.
I know Ed and the team made some changes during the off season from last year, and right now, Brad, I really like the boat ride of the U3 Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware. The boat seems to be up above the water, and it seems to be tiptoeing, walking a little bit more than it has in the past, freeing the craft up a little bit, getting it over Lake Guntersville in a better boat ride, and getting better boat speed when you get that better boat ride.
Yeah, and this course plays right into the hands of the U3. We mentioned yesterday it's a 2.5-mile course. 2.5-mile course similar to the Tri-Cities, except it's a little bit longer and a little bit narrower. Plays right into the hands, as you said, of the U3. Jimmy King coming hard across the line. First lap, $1:41. We'll get him on this one. He's across. Don't be surprised if he doesn't pull his foot right now and take it back to the pit area, Jeff.
trying to get 2 laps at over 130 miles per hour, consecutive laps to qualify for the APBA Gold Cup. And Brad, we've not got the speed on lap 2, but no doubt that one was well over 130. How about 153.804 miles per hour? 153.804 for the Turbinator.
That's what they call it. They call it the Turbinator. I kind of expected that Jimmy might take it back to the pit area. He's not going down, is he, Jeff?
Going to see if we might make a time. Oh, boy, he is slowing.
Yeah, he dropped it down.
Oh, no.
So the piston boat, the U3 Griggs Presents Ace Hardware, has gone dead in the water about 3/4 mark of the back chute. And they will get a tow line on the U3 and get him brought back. We also have another boat that is away from the pit area coming over. It's going to belong to Strong Racing. We'll just figure out which one it is. It's going to be the U8 that is coming out. J. Michael Kelly is coming out. We were talking to boat owner last night. We know they weren't necessarily pleased with exactly what they did yesterday and how they ran. They changed motors in the boat. They actually had the motor changed yesterday evening. And I said it would definitely be the U8. It is, but it looks like the 9's going to be coming as well, as here comes Jeff Campbell, radio man for our Corey Peabody. So lots of activity right out of the box this morning.
Getting word from H1 Unlimited, the U3 Griggs Presents Miss Ace Hardware has already requested a tow from driver Jimmy King. But Brad, here's our defending champion of the Southern Cup, the U8 Miss Tri-Cities, J. Michael Kelly, and right now, this might be the best boat ride this craft has seen in 22. Looks good.
Before he even got to the start-finish line, Jeff, you and I were both looking at each other. That boat finally looked solid on the water, and I think they're going to be happy with this one. Last lap for the 91, 106. He's not trying to do anything out there impressive. This is race day. Yesterday we had a test session. They're out here seeing how fast they can go and this and that, but now they're looking for that race setup because we're going to go racing.
Boy, good to see Daryl and Vanessa Strong's defending champion here in Guntersville. J. Michael Kelly blistering in turn number 2 here in testing activity this morning. The H1 Unlimited hydroplanes will have the water until 10 o'clock. This is a 2-hour window. Then, Brad, after that, we go closed course racing with H1 Unlimited, Grand Prix America presented by Knight and Industries, and Pro-Lite presented by Phenom Digital. Brad, this boat looks sharp. They're a contender.
Yeah, it sure did. You see him just pick up the right spots, and he just hung it there. Real solid boat ride. Again, you don't want to touch the water if you don't have to, but you run the risk of getting too much air. But that was a perfect boat ride down the front straightaway for our defending champion, J. Michael Kelly, driving a Miss Tri-Cities. Speaking of another good boat ride, I said it yesterday, always like this one on the water, Jeff. The U91 from the Miss Madison Racing Team, U91, the Goodman Real Estate, and Jeff Bernard.
Jeff Bernard, the pilot out of Kent, Washington, entering turn number 1. Jeff had testing speed yesterday in the 159 mile per hour bracket. We got a lap time for you on the Tri-Cities, the U8, 153.436. Brad, J. Mike off turn 2, and I love this boat ride. They sent a message to the other teams, we're back, we're ready for the Gold Cup.
They're ready to defend their title. It's not the Gold Cup on this water, but they are the defending champion. And you see the bright orange on the cowling and the bright orange on the fairings. Those are the vertical uprights at the back of the boat. Will make it very easy to distinguish versus teammate Corey Peabody in the U9, the Lynx Healthcare hydroplane. Here comes Jeff. Good-looking boat ride for Jeff, too. This is the 3rd winningest hull in the history of hydroplane racing. 153 again for JMK in the 8, and he's going to head it back to the pit area.
And the boat going into turn number 1, the gold and black Goodman Real Estate. That hull is your defending APBA Gold Cup champion. Jimmy Shane drove the boat at last year's Madison Regatta, running for the Gold Cup as the Goodman Real Estate presents Miss Home Street. Miss Madison Racing with 2 entries here this weekend. This particular craft, and Brad, right now, the top speed in testing yesterday, the U1, Miss Home Street. We'll see if Jimmy Shane elects to go out in testing. And if my vision is right, I've got that at about 1.75 miles away. I believe that Home Street blue and white is in the water. We'll see him in testing.
They will be out here quickly. I think the fast lap yesterday, I don't even think I have to look it up for Jeff Bernard and the Goodman Real Estate, I think was 159.988 miles an hour, if I remember correctly. I don't think you can get closer to a $160 and not hit it.
We come up with just a skosh under 160.
A skosh. That's a technical racing term right there. And you talk about the APBA Gold Cup and the fact that this is the defending APBA Gold Cup champion. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you do while you are at the venue today, at some point, last lap for Jeff Bernard, 149. Again, looking at a race setup, you never know what they're testing, what they're looking at, but the last lap at 149. What I started to say, Jeff, and I want you to chime in on this, if you're in this venue at some point today, make your way up to the start-finish line, because we are going to talk all day, Jeff, about that oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, first awarded in 1904. I got a hunch that 99.9% of you here have never seen it. Come see the Gold Cup. It is on display right here at start-finish. It is absolutely beautiful, and right in front of it is our former world record holder in the straightaway, the Miss US from 1962.
Very special weekend in Guntersville. The APBA Gold Cup is currently on display, as Brad mentioned, right at the start-finish line location behind the judges' stand. Stop by, check it out. And then the Miss US 1, still the record holder, Brad, of the fastest propeller-driven hydroplane in a mile trap, set right here at Lake Guntersville back on April 17th, 1962 at 200.419 miles per hour. And I was about 19 months away from knowing of the fact that happened. I think you were here.
I wasn't here, but I remember that day very, very well in 1962. That world straightaway record that was set here on Lake Guntersville sent shockwaves across the unlimited hydroplane circuit. They always thought the 200-mile-an-hour level was untouchable. Bill Munsey used to talk about rudder flutter, and he said anytime he got over 190 miles an hour, that rudder would start fluttering, and he didn't want to go any quicker than that. It was his record that was broken on Lake Washington.
And after Munsey set that record, he said, I will never do this again. I will never try the mile record run. It is so dangerous. This boat here did it. 200.419 miles per hour. And Brad, it was not ideal conditions in 1962. It was a misty rain. They started early in the morning to get the most sufficient, calmest water on Lake Guntersville. Roy Doobie did it. One time he lost track of the course, thought he was going to go right into downtown Guntersville for breakfast.
Yeah, he really did. There's quite a story behind that, and we're going to get to it. I'm trying to make sure I have the exact correct numbers, but the bottom line is he set the record, as you've been stating, at 200.419 miles an hour. That is the average of 2 runs through the trap. You have to go one direction, and then you have to turn around and run the other, and they average the 2 together. Now, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I will have them. You're going to interrupt me.
The trap width was only 75 feet, so imagine out on camouflage water on a misty morning on April 17th of 62, going over 200 miles per hour, trying to pinpoint that boat to go between 75-foot traps. And Brad, it's a mile record run, but the total run, Roy, after the first run, went way up lake to give the waters a chance to calm, reverse course, came back, and then set the record.
Yeah, you're talking about those 2 runs, and another very interesting piece to that puzzle, and why they came here to try and set the mile straightaway record. Well, number one, well, as Katie will tell us, it's the South's fastest water. So unless you're going to the North's fastest water, I think you're going to run down here. But it's a mile trap from when you enter the trap to when you get out of it. He was on a 9-mile course. So you needed a 9-mile straight stretch of water, and they found it right here. He had a 4-mile in run, a 4-mile out run with a 1-mile trap in the middle. That's a long track.
Oh, incredible to think. And when you come by and look at the Miss US 1, take a look at the craft and then kind of reflect back in your mind. 60 years ago, the technology, the forethought, and the bravery to go that fast in that conventional spoon bow hydroplane, which was status quo at the time, Brad. We followed this sport all of our lives. We look at that and think, what was Roy Doobie thinking? But he did it, and it was quite the effort back in '62.
Well, I found the numbers I was looking for because I think this is an interesting and important point. He set the record at 200.419 miles an hour, and nobody thought you could ever get to 200. They actually came down here and thought 210 was within reach. Well, when they finally got out on the water early in the morning, about 7 o'clock, they came out and Roy made his first run through the trap, and he went through it at about 206 miles an hour. So his first run was about 206, but they always knew in the back of their mind the second run was going to be the quick one. That's the one he was really going to nail it. If the first one was successful, so they run the 206, he goes up to the other end of the 9-mile track, turns it around and brings it home, and he said that was the time they really romped on it. The thing was really going. Now get this, Jeff, here's the best part, and this could happen right here with all the power cords we got. Some fan literally walked across the power cord and unplugged the timing device just before Roy Doobie finished the mile run. He got through the kilo. Jeff, he got through the kilo at 217 miles an hour. So now, they didn't get a clocking on the mile, but let's just say it was 217. Say it was 215. The first one was, what did I say, 206. So you do the math. Now you've got a world record around 210. But they didn't get the clocking for the mile. So the APBA was here, and you have to run both of those runs consecutively.
Yeah.
You can't be the first run and the third run. It's got to be the back-to-back runs. So the APBA said, all right, it's not your issue. It's not your problem that somebody unplugged it. You can go back out, and we'll count it as 2 successive runs. That's when the rain came in. That's when the fog came down. He got lost on the course, and as he approached the end of it, he thought he was off the course, thought he was heading to shore, pulled his foot on it, and rolled through at 193, thus the 200 miles an hour.
And what a terrible time for the electricity to go out. And Roy Doobie, Brad, was more well-known as a mechanic crew chief than a driver.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was much more the crew chief than the driver. But when it came down and ran the record run, as we got more activity coming, I think the 40 is going out on the water. But let me just finish on that story one more time, because in 2005, I stood on the shores of Lake Washington, and I watched Russ Wicks in the Miss Free Eye, a turbine-powered hydroplane, break that 200.419 mile an hour record with a run of 205 miles an hour and change. Well, wait a minute. Had somebody not stepped on the cord back in the day, the Miss US might still hold the straightaway record, and not just for piston-powered boats, but for propeller-driven crafts all the way around. It's a good story. It's an interesting one, and it always seems like when you run for the miles, something of interest happens, and that's the way it was. The June 15th, 2005, Russ Wicks in the turbine-powered Miss Free Eye set the world straightaway mark that still stands today at 205.494 miles per hour. And oh, by the way, and we'll get into it, the kilo record, yeah, well, that sets at 220 miles an hour, but we'll get into that later. Meanwhile, the guy that holds that record at 220, that'd be him right there in that bright orange hydroplane.
You're reading my mind. I'm looking for my note. I've got it. I couldn't find it, but activity back on the water, the orange and black. U40, Miss Beacon Plumbing. Race fans, this is the all-time winningest driver in the sport of H1 Unlimited hydroplane history on the course. Dave Villwock, 68 years of age. Yes, 68 years of age, 67 career wins. Brad, number 68, would be sweet for his age. Gold Cup, he's got a shot.
Seems like every time the 40 comes out to run, the 1 comes out with him. We've had them out a couple of times yesterday, and here they are again. There's Jimmy Shane driving the U1, the Miss Home Street top end of the race course. Dave Villwalk that Jeff was just talking about. Jeff, while you were talking, I watched him all the way down the backstretch. That thing is solid as a rock.
Great off-season work by the U40 Beacon Plumbing. They've got that deflector fence piece, I call it, on the capsule. Of course, Brad, this creative recess, small canard at the back of the left sponson on the deck, just prior to the skid fin location. Very unique piece as Villwalk looked like he lost track of the course there momentarily, Brad. I thought he was going to go back into the pits, but has now come back on course, might be making a timing run here. The Home Street blue and white, Jimmy Shane, Miss Home Street. The speed, Brad, for the Beacon Plumbing, 162.194 miles per hour, 162.194.
Yeah, I think you got both boats out there doing a timing run right now. And when we talk about a timing run, remember, now you know exactly what Dave's doing, because here's Dave Villwalk cutting the race course, giving a perfect example of doing so.
Villwalk cutting through the course. I set my watch on Jimmy Shane. We'll get an idea in seconds how long it takes to get off the exit pin of turn number 2 to the start-finish line buoy. And he got there, Brad, in 14 seconds. So when we call the races late this morning and this afternoon, these H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series races, they start on a clock start format. Name of the game is to be at this start-finish line buoy at full song, full throttle. Before the clock strikes 0, you just want your boat a touch to the left of those start-finish line buoys. If you jump the gun, you're issued a penalty, and, of course, that takes you away from the checkered flag. Shane on a pretty hot lap right now as Villwalk continuing a starting sequence as he's looking to get set into motion for racing activity later this morning and this afternoon here at Guntersville.
Yeah, my apologies, Jeff. My breakfast biscuit decided to come up and sit in my throat for a minute, but we're all good to go. Dave Villwalk cutting the race course. That's a legal maneuver. He can cut the race course from the back stretch to the front stretch at the top end of the race course. He can cut the course at the bottom end of the race course from front to back.
Brad, I had Jimmy Shane off turn 2 to the start-finish line buoy at 14 seconds. You've worked every Southern Cup here at Lake Guntersville. How's that timing mark sound in the time?
It sounds pretty good to me, so we'll be watching that when we go racing. I was looking for Jimmy Shane. All of a sudden, I see we have another rooster tail just outside Dave. Watch this, fans. This will be kind of fun at the top end. This is what it's going to look like later this afternoon. It is Dave Villwalk on the inside. Look for Jimmy Shane. There he is, staying right on his hip. You ready to go racing today, Jeff? Looks good to me.
It's not racing. Shane had a test lap of 168.80. Villwalk and Shane, picture-perfect sight on this early Saturday morning at Lake Guntersville in Guntersville, Alabama, the South's fastest water.
Boy, just a taste of what we're going to see later. Both guys still on it at the lower end. Dave Villwalk on the inside. You can't see Jimmy Shane. Just maybe a little reflection of that powder blue through the rooster tail. Halfway up the backstretch. Oh, I'm getting excited. I'm ready. Okay, I'll admit it. You can go ahead and talk now, Jeff. I'm just going to watch. This is fun.
And Villwalk once again with this start sequence, cutting through the race course. Dave has always been famous for this, Brad. He likes cutting through the infield. Reason being, kind of puts an edge in the other guy or the other driver's minds. He likes roughening that water up, but he knows he can handle the rough water. He's trying to put a signal on the other drivers to psych them out.
Absolutely, that's what he's doing. Dave's been doing that forever. And I actually, Jeff, I was looking for him to see if maybe he wouldn't cut the course down at the lower end, because he's been known to do that. Last lap for Jimmy Shane, 159.280. Last lap for Dave Villwalk, 146. That 149 is a mighty quick lap because he did that on the outside of Dave running lane 2.
Home Street looking real well, and of course Brad on paper coming in here from testing yesterday and so far this morning. No doubt on paper, if you're handicapping, the Home Street blue and white probably would go as the favorite, but behind him are several candidates that have a shot at this Gold Cup. This 7-boat field, I see any one of 5 with a shot at taking the Gold Cup.
Absolutely. This may not be the largest field of hydroplanes we have had compete for the APBA Gold Cup, but this might very well be one of the most competitive. It is going to be a very, very competitive Gold Cup. Quiet for just a moment on the water. I still think we're probably going to see the 9 come out. The 9 with Lynx Healthcare. Jeff, while we got a little bit of a break here, why don't we tag team it here and start through our schedule and tell our fans what they can expect as they're getting settled into their seats along the beach.
Thank you, Brad. This testing session for H1 Unlimited will last until 10 o'clock. And right after 10 a.m., we'll have opening ceremonies for today's Lake Guntersville Hydrofest American Powerboat Association Gold Cup. At 10:15, we'll see the exhibition run of the Vintage Unlimited U36 Miss US4, a sister ship to our world record holder on display back from 1962. At 10:30, we'll start racing with Motorola Solutions Grand Prix Heat 1A. At 11 o'clock, we will have Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite 1A.
Heat 1A, that comes at 11 o'clock to 11:30. Then at 11:30, it is American Dumpster Unlimited. Heat 1A, that will happen at 11:30. At 12 o'clock, it is WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B. And finally, Jeff, we take a little break from 12:30 to 1:30, allow our rescue personnel come in off the water, grab something to eat, take a little bit of break before we send them back out. And when they get back out there at 1:30, it is American Dumpster Unlimited. Heat 1B, that goes at 1:30. At 2 o'clock, it's the Randy Jones and Associates Pro-Lite Heat 2A. Then at 2:15, we're back to Motorola Solutions Grand Prix Heat 1B, followed by at 2:45 by Restoration Homes of North Alabama Pro-Lite Heat 2B. I'll finish up the Grand Prix piece here, Jeff. At 3 o'clock, Motorola Solutions once again, and we thank them for their participation. They will sponsor Grand Prix Heat 1C. That comes at 3 o'clock.
3:30, we'll go back to unlimited activity with Marshall County Tourism and Sports Unlimited 2A. 4 o'clock will be the exhibition run once again of the U36 Miss US4. At 4:15, our last heat of the day will be Unlimited 2B, presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Brad, the last lap test speed for Jimmy Shane was a little over 162 miles per hour. Out on the track right now, this boat was the top qualifier at last year's Southern Cup. Corey Peabody, U9, Lynx Healthcare.
Yeah, Corey Peabody had a big first day here last year. He was our top qualifier, and he finished first in his first preliminary heat here, wound up taking a second-place finish overall on the weekend. Jeff mentioned he was our top qualifier last year. That was at 158.6 miles an hour. And when Jeff was going through the schedule, he mentioned that at 10 o'clock we are going to have opening ceremonies. Those opening ceremonies will happen right here at start-finish line. There is the main stage right behind the start-finish line, Jeff. That's where that's going to all take place. If you want to come up and be a part of that, it's a good time to come up and see, oh yeah, that APBA Gold Cup thing that's it's just hovering over our shoulders. It just looks good back there.
First running, 1904. Carl Riot won it in standard. They ran 2 of those Gold Cups in 1904. You could pronounce the name of the boat better than I can.
It was 21. But this is the best part. This is, Jean Thioret would help me here. It actually wasn't 21, which is French for 21. But it was, get this part, Jeff, it was 21-2. So it was 21-2 was actually the name of the boat in the direct translation.
21.
22. Corey Peabody, Lynx Healthcare on the water. Lynx Healthcare, if that name sounds new to you, it should. This is a new sponsor on the H1 Unlimited circuit in any motorsports. Sponsorship is key. Sponsorship dollars are the lifeblood of all motorsports. Corey's going to take it back to the pit area. But we are very glad to have Lynx Healthcare on board with the U9 from Strong Racing. Talking with Darrell Strong last night at the dinner. He was very happy and proud to have them on board. 156, the fast lap for Corey out there. Boat ride seemed to be a little bit better yesterday, I thought.
Might be looking into racing setup, Brad. The first lap here was 155.049, and the second 156.772. I think by our calculations, if you can do those kind of times in competition, that's good news for you.
You're going to be doing very, very good. Those would be extremely quick racing times. What is the race record here for a competition lap? The fastest lap that's ever been turned here in competition was J. Michael Kelly just 1 year ago in the Tri-Cities. He turned a competition lap at 159.452 miles an hour.
I bet that was in that third section last year when he nailed that beautiful start.
Man, did he nail one. And you're going to find out if you're new to H1 Unlimited Racing. And first of all, if you are new to H1 Unlimited Racing, welcome. We're very glad you're here. We have 3 classes of race boats. You're going to see hydroplanes, followed by hydroplanes, followed by more hydroplanes. And that's all good stuff.
Action-packed day here at Lake Guntersville. Day number 2 of 3 of activity on the water. Brad, what a great day yesterday to begin the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. We had the meet and greet, the parade through Guntersville. All the teams came, got pitted, parked, and we had activity yesterday in testing in all 3 classes. Wonderful job of the race committee, but better yet, great job of our race teams. Takes a little bit of doing to park, set up, wings, motors, gearboxes, props, shafts. Takes a little time to get these boats going, and everyone done a good job.
Everybody did a really good job, and to your point, it doesn't just happen real quick like that. They didn't get over there till basically 11 or 11:30, and then you park one boat at a time. You got boats like the piston boat that doesn't travel with a motor on board, so then you start putting hardware on it. Skid fins, you start putting the motor in the boat. It takes a while. Thus, at 2 o'clock, not everybody was ready to go. Yet, I thought our activity level yesterday was very, very good between all 3 classes.
All 3 classes, I thought everybody ran real well. The only blemish that we've had so far is the piston-powered boat in Unlimited. The Griggs Presents Miss Ace Hardware went dead in the water. Brad, so far this weekend, that's the only boat that's been on the hook going back to the pit area.
Yes, and we haven't yet seen the U11, the Miss Colleen. We're going to get that boat out. Oh, well, we were just told the 11 is in the water, apparently. So
you've got ESP.
I do. I also can tell you what color this boat is, and remember, I'm the colorblind guy. And I can't say the kid's name. I'm hoping you can remember, but the boat used to be Chartreuse and what? Carnival Orange, and we had a lot of fun with that. The Carnival Orange is gone with the exception of the little lightning bolt on the side, but now it's Chartreuse and Royal Blue.
That young man you met last year, and I met him when I got down here on Saturday. He was from Santa Barbara, California, and his last name I do know was Pierce.
That's true. That's a true statement. I can't say his first name, but the quick story on that is I kept asking boat owner Shannon Rainey, you got to tell me exactly what that color of blue is, what the shade is, because we always had fun with the Carnival Orange. And so when the boat was on display at the meet and greet, I turned to her and I said, all right, Shannon, what's the shade of blue? And she goes, I haven't got a clue. And that little man was standing right there. She turned to him and said, son, what color is that? And he goes, it's royal blue. She looked at me and says, royal blue it is. So it's Chartreuse and royal blue.
And you pointed it out last year. It's still there this year. Some Carnival Orange is still on the boat with that lightning bolt effect between the royal blue and Chartreuse on the deck of each side of that unlimited hydroplane. Brad, the driver, Jamie Nielsen, is in the cockpit. Jamie, one-time Major League draftee by the Kansas City Royals.
Kansas City Royals, Jamie signed with them in 2008. He is a financial analyst for the U.S. Navy in Bremerton, Washington. That is just across Puget Sound from Seattle. He still holds numerous baseball records at Central Washington University, which is in beautiful downtown Ellensburg, Washington. And, of pretty much if you take the state of Washington, Jeff, and put a pin right in the middle of it, you'll stab Ellensburg or darn close to it.
Great to see Jamie Nielsen coming out here in just a moment in the U11. Miss Colleen. Brad, this boat did participate in the Vancouver, Washington test session earlier this year. Your thoughts? You were there. How'd the 11 look?
The 11 looked really, really good. And what we noticed was this is a 2-mile race course, or a 2-mile course that they had set up there on the Columbia River in Vancouver. And Jamie was running a huge race course. He was not close to the buoys at all. He was running out like in lane 6 or lane 7. Scott Rainey, the boat owner, after he got done talking to his driver, Jamie Nielsen, on the first test run, came by and said, "We are extremely pleased." He goes, "Understand the gearbox setup we've got on there is for a 2.5-mile course, not the shorter 2-mile version." He said, "That's why Jamie's running such a big course." They were very, very happy. The boat looked good.
Yeah, you informed me of that information, and they were so tickled because that speed that they listed of like 146 could have been more up into the lower 150s, mid-50s if they'd been running on the pins.
Absolutely, and that's where we talk about combinations and boat setup. It's all about skid fin, propeller, motor, gearbox. You got to have everything in sync for a particular race course, and that's what the test session's all about.
And this is the final time the H1 Unlimited hydroplanes will be able to test. This session will go until 10 o'clock, and the first heat for the Unlimiteds will be 11:30 a.m. with American Dumpster Unlimited 1B, and then their 1B section will take flight at 1:30.
I want to throw in one more note here about Jamie Nielsen because I always like this. He has a little saying that he likes to put out there once in a while. He says, Jamie Nielsen says, "Jeff, work so hard that one day your signature will be called an autograph." I like that.
I do too, Brad. I like that a lot. And Jamie Nielsen, capable shoe, and he was very successful in the Grand Prix America Hydroplane Series, driving for the late Scott Pierce, picked up several wins in that series, and no doubt a driver to watch. Right setup, right combination. Could happen.
It could happen. It's going to happen someday, and it's also going to happen for Scott and Shannon Rainey. One of these days, and I'll tell you what, when it does happen and they get their victory, I want to be in that pit area because that's going to be fun.
I think some suds will be flowing.
I think so, too. So, Jamie Nielsen driving the U11. We're going to call about the Miss Colleen this weekend. They are in the water over there. They're just strapping Jamie in, getting final preparations in place, and they'll send the U11 out. Want to take this opportunity, and I'm kind of the poster child for this whole thing, this hydration routine. Fans, it is hot. Even if you do not feel hot, make sure you are drinking fluids. Make sure you're drinking water, staying hydrated. It is absolutely critical. And if it sounds like maybe I had an issue with that at one point, well, that would have been a year ago on Sunday. So I am certainly staying hydrated. There's about 25 people here that are keeping an eye on me. They're pouring liquids in me constantly.
Coming down this morning, Brad, one of our local radio stations, listening to, by the way, playing nice music from the 80s and 90s. Their weather forecast for today and tomorrow was temperatures in the low 90s with less humidity today and tomorrow. So let's hope that happens. Don't mind the 90s, but boy, if we can get that humidity down some percentage points, that'll help out.
My comment to that is don't be fooled. Make sure you stay hydrated. Did we make that point? Hydrate. It's
Hydrate.
Katie Norton's handed me a few notes over here, and I think hydrate's about every fifth word. The 11 is on the water, we are told. And when we're saying on the water, we're saying moving. So it appears to be. Come on, JB, crank it up. Let's get the Colleen out here. Scott and Shannon, it's moving.
We do have the draws for 1A and 1B for the Unlimiteds. We can get into those if you want. Heat 1A will feature U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate, U8, Miss Tri-Cities, U9, Lynx Healthcare, U40, Beacon Plumbing.
Heat 1B, we're going to see the 11, which is you're looking across, and Even a colorblind guy can see that one. I could see it in dark of night. This is a brightly colored hydroplane, but that is the Miss Colleen, the U11 with Jamie Nielsen. He is going to be joined by the powder blue and white of the Miss Home Street and Jimmy Shane. This is our Heat 1B. The U11, Miss Colleen. The U1, the Miss Home Street, rounding out the field, and we hope everything's okay over there. In the U3, the Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware. Heats 1A and 1B.
1A looks to be anybody's race. Any one of the four can win. 1B, no doubt the draw went in favor of your defending national high point champion, U1 Miss Home Street. No doubt on paper, Jimmy Shane a favorite in there, but we could see some nice dueling for the second place position, those 300 points between the piston boat and the turbine craft that's currently coming off turn 2.
Absolutely. We want to thank the fine folks at American Dumpster as stepping up as our sponsors for Heat 1A and 1B on the unlimited side. Jamie Nielsen coming down the front straightaway, and Miss Colleen, the U11, is on the water. Chartreuse and Royal Blue.
Jamie out of Gig Harbor, Washington. Scott and Shannon Rainey, the owners, they've recently moved to Cle Elum, Washington. That's in central Washington, east of Seattle. Off turn number 1, Jamie Nielsen. Chartreuse, Royal Blue, Carnival Orange. Pretty nice warm-up lap, Brad, taking it easy. I think by the visual eye, there's more oomph underneath the cowling. Just shaking it down here the first time around.
Oomph, that's a good word to use. I think there's more beans under that hood as well. It's the first lap this year for Jamie Nielsen on this race course on what is right now, Jeff Ayler, a beautiful Lake Guntersville. It's setting up to be a very nice venue and a very good racing weekend here for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. He slowed down just as he got to the exit pin, but now he's got it back up and running. Jamie Nielsen, good-looking boat ride. That is the former T4 Budweiser. For those of you who follow this sport, the Budweiser hulls from years long ago, they were always Turbine 1, Turbine 2, Turbine 3. This is the former T4, which was a revolutionary two-wing boat that only ran once. And that was in your backyard in Madison, Indiana. Darn near won a boat race.
Yep, 1995.
144 miles an hour, 144.266. For Jamie, as you said, there's a lot more under the bonnet in that one.
Last year, Brad, the 11 started off rough here at the Southern Cup and progressed nicely, making the final. Jamie was in lane number 1, but early on the start, that cost him, and that was a picture-perfect situation of there. When you're early on the start, even in lane 1, if you don't have the boat speed to start finish line buoy and boats to the outside of you do, you get blistered. You
really do. You can be right on the line when the clock strikes 0, but if you're doing 95 and the guy on the outside is doing 195, they're going to blow by real quick. So Jamie Nielsen puts another one in the books. We'll see if this one is a tick faster, but clearly above the magic 130 mark. His first lap again was at 144. This one he steps up about 5 miles an hour, 149.7, Jeff.
I like the progression. Now slow off turn number 1. This boat did not make it to the water yesterday, the U11 Miss Colleen, so some kind of last-minute thrashing here for the Miss Colleen, based out of Cle Elum, Washington. Now Jamie Nielsen, Brad, I think, will elect to make a timing run, recheck his notes from last year inside the enclosed capsule of that beautiful racecraft, the former T4 Miss Budweiser. Mark Evans won 3 heats at Madison that year, Brad, in the Bud, and in the final heat it was getting a little rough, rocking and rolling, and Mark come close to winning, but failed to win the Indiana Governor's Cup that year in this craft.
I do believe that's the year in the final heat. There were parts and pieces falling off that boat, and Mark Evans brought the boat back to the dock, and he was driving for Bernie Little, and Mark was kind of talking in the vein like, you know, the boat was coming apart. And Bernie said something like, I don't care if you have to pick it up and carry it, get it across the finish line.
They had thimble and thread to re-sew it together to put it on the trailer after the final.
So there's Jamie, and he does his timing run. That will not be a quick lap, as he was slow up the backstretch. And we'll see if Jamie doesn't head it back toward the pit dock, and that looks like what he's going to do. You mentioned some of the issues they had. Yeah, that lap was at 106, but that was a timing run. You mentioned they had issues last year, looking much better this morning. Yeah, they had a little fire the first time they ran out a year ago, so much better this year for the 11.
Oh, much better start. They thrashed, and it was a Herculean effort. Everybody was so involved getting this boat on the water, and as I mentioned earlier, as the weekend went along, the progression got better and better and better. And, you know, Brad, Jamie Nielsen is a tactician, tactical driver. He knows lane one is a shorter way around. Come 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon, if this craft is in the final heat, would not be surprised to see this one parked right on the buoy row.
That's really a good point, because you might think, okay, maybe this isn't the quickest boat, and you can get in trouble if you're in lane one and A, you're late, or B, you don't have the boat speed to get down with everybody into turn one. But this guy is A, not afraid to put his nose in there and stick it in lane one, but he's very good at it. Final heat last year, Tri-Cities, Washington, lane one, Jamie Nielsen in the 11. He put it in there with the boys. Here he comes on another timing run. See if he takes it hard all the way down to the first turn, or if he pulls his foot right at the start-finish line. Jamie Nielsen to Miss Colleen, the 11.
And Brad, that timing run, I'll extend out the seconds for our friend Doug Bernstein in Detroit, watching on H1 Unlimited via YouTube. Brad, 15.20 seconds.
There you go. You be careful, Jeff Ayler. You could become a radio man for one of these guys and getting them to the start-finish line. You mentioned a good friend of ours there with Doug Bernstein. Doug, if you indeed are listening, hello, my friend. How are you? So there goes Jamie Nielsen. He will head back to the pit area, and I don't know if I've mentioned this yet today, Jeff. I want to just squish this in here if I can. Hydrate today, would you please? All our fans here, please stay hydrated. It's very, very important. We're going to have a break in the action here for just a moment. Jeff, let you and I step away from the microphone. As soon as we get another boat out on the water, we will come right back to you. It is the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, featuring the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. We'll be right back.
Yeah? Yeah. Yes. 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 We're back. We're back.
Paul just got up here, so he's not communicating with Ted. I think you can call him, but I don't find any, I have no PCs on the webcam, so I'll keep you informed on that.
Yeah?
He's getting ready to go out.
Are you going out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I need a video.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah. Generally what we do is 350. He gets the clearance off the drive. And I'll say GPA driver, stand by, body count, 6 minutes. You go ahead. That's their limit. I don't want those guys. Because it's like this, because it can happen. I mean,
I gotta turn this on. I need a video feed.
these guys will.
I got the big right time. It's good to see you, though.
Well, you'll just get my thing. No, I got the Pro-Lites. Yeah. You have the. And that's it. Yes, sir.
I was wondering, I was like, here's these.
knows all the drivers are in the bus. GPA drivers, stand by, clock counting, about 6 minutes mark, coming up to 5, 3, 2, 1, mark.
5 minutes each one time, 10 minutes real time.
All in Brittany. So, yeah, he'll do that for each one. Well, hold on a second.
If that spills, that's really
About 3 feet, about 10 feet off the 7 feet.
I just asked Matt.
It's like about 5.
Yeah.
The view at home live.
Really?
Oh my God. This is like, oh, we're putting on a show today.
Brian, when you go out to the DP course and look at the buoys, look at these, the green ones.
Okay. Just looking for the soap. But we need it when it's or we need to figure out a way to get this point to start. Seems a little wacky. Oh yeah. More of an art.
No, this is it.
That's the energy, right? I don't know. Hey Lisa,
Yeah.
can you grab me a hood, please? Thank you, thank you.
Brian, come on back in.
Okay. 8 is going out.
They got,
Coming at you.
I'm staying out.
Welcome back to all our race fans here at the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. Jeff Ayler and Brad Luce here. We've got another H1 Unlimited on the water. I believe we have been told this is J. Michael Kelly, driver of the U8. The boat is called the Miss Tri-Cities. It's also called the defending champion on the waters here of Lake Guntersville.
J. Michael Kelly out on the race course in the U8 Miss Tri-Cities. Brad, before we take J. Michael through his run, I want to say a very special hello to a friend of mine here on the shoreline, down from Madison, Indiana. I believe the age is 8 years old. Ethan, welcome to the Gold Cup in Guntersville, and it's just for you. Crank 'em up!
There you go, Ethan. And when you get that shout out from Jeff Ayler, you are somebody special. Ethan, take a look toward the race course along with everybody else and look at the boat ride once again. J. Michael, U8, the Miss Tri-Cities. Looking good, Jeff. He looked good this morning. Looks good now already again.
As we start progressing ever closer to racing, this craft looking better and better on the water. They looked good earlier this morning. Yesterday, Brad, the boat ride, they were having trouble getting the transom to pop up out of the water to have that smooth, even boat ride you're witnessing right now in the back straightaway. You're defending Southern Cup champion J. Michael Kelly in Miss Tri-Cities. Brad, J. Mike scored a Gold Cup win in 2016 in Detroit in the Graham Trucking, his only Gold Cup victory. Number 2 could happen tomorrow.
Yeah, it sure could, and I asked him about that during the test session. He says, well, yeah, I want more. He said, after I get another one, then I'm going to want another one after that. He said, I want as many as I can get. You're not a racer if you don't have that type of mentality. J. Michael Kelly, off the corner hard, beautiful water conditions here. He streaks the U8, the Miss Tri-Cities, across the start-finish line. And Jeff, we call about the Miss Tri-Cities, and it's not just named after the local area that Darrell and Vanessa Strong call home, although they only call it home 3 months out of the year. They are snowbirds of sorts and spend a lot of time down in Arizona. 153 on that lap for J. Michael. But the boat is actually sponsored by a variety of Tri-Cities business organizations, including a charity component from the Royal Family Kids Camp and the Miss Tri-Cities Scholarship Pageant. living now in the Tri-Cities myself, I can tell you that Miss Tri-Cities pageant is a really, really big deal.
Wow, great to see Bill Black here with us. Bill, of course, built the replica vintage Gale 5 a number of years ago and has recently sold that boat. Bill, welcome to the Gold Cup. J. Michael Kelly completes another lap on the clock in testing for the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series. Wave that right sponson momentarily to the fans here along the shoreline as J. Michael works back through turn number 1. J. Michael, 43 years of age, out of Bonnie Lake, Washington, decorated driver in various classes of APBA, outboard, inboard, Hall of Champion numerous times, flying up the back straightaway in U8 Miss Tri-Cities, and that last lap was his fastest of the weekend at 156.603 miles per hour, 156.603. Brad, he's getting serious.
He's getting real serious, and I'm going to be real anxious if he's still got his foot in it, and it looks like he does. I want to see this speed because he's running this one in about lane 4. He ran that lap at least off the top end of the race course. He came out in about lane number 4. We'll see if it's a little quicker than the other one. If it is, he's got it cranked up and moving because he was running lane 1, 1.5, 2 earlier and yesterday. See if it's any quicker. It's pretty much the same, 156.431. I think they've got to be happy with it. That's a race setup. I think they're going to be very, very pleased. The defending champion means business.
I think they'll be happy with that. J. Mike returning to the pit area. He'll converse with crew chief Brian Haney and the team. But the good news for the 8 camp, the Miss Tri-Cities, the boat ride is so much better this morning than yesterday. So you're defending Southern Cup champion here at Lake Guntersville in Northeast Alabama has a chance at the 112th Gold Cup tomorrow afternoon at 5 bells.
Yeah, and we're being told that the U40, the Miss Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk, is getting ready to come out on the water along with the U9. I'm just checking something here to see who's been running the most laps. It seems like every time we turn around, the U40's on the water. I thought he had more laps than that, but they've been active, they've been busy. And it's been Corey Peabody in the U9 that has come out here and taken the most laps. And looking over the shoulder of our producer here, Tana Morissette, who helped me develop these particular sheets. Tana, one thing we need to do for next year is put the numbers down the side so we can see how many laps the boats run.
Brad,
13 was the answer. Corey's run 13 laps on the clock so far.
Your engineering crew you work with, Mike and Tana Morissette, boy, they are A+. They're on the job. I'm in heaven.
That's
they
good.
do wonders.
I keep telling you, you gotta get part of this gig. This is good. She works miracles, and it's her job. She was asking when we first started talking about it, well, what am I supposed to do? I said, you have the toughest job in the whole place. Make me look good. And her job is to make now you and I look good, and you know what? She does a darn good job of it.
Does a great job, and plus we got our secondary chief referee to the left of us here, Lon Erickson out of Seattle, part of the Hydro News Facebook crew. Go to Facebook, type in the words Hydro News. It's a fan page for all of boat racing. Check them out. A lot of good information comes out at Hydro News. Of course, H1 Unlimited is on Facebook as well with all their updates. Check them out as well.
There are a lot of sources. That Hydro News one climbs to the top. They are top-notch with all of their reports. They're very quick. They're very accurate with what they say. Hydro News on the Facebook page. There you go. And well, yes, the Unlimited News Journal. If you are not reading the Unlimited News Journal, you should be. I can tell you it's how I begin every month because it comes out the first day of the month, and usually by 10 o'clock on the first of every month, I have a text message or a email message that has been sent out to Lon and Andy and some of the guys who are writing great information, great stories, features, articles, history, great stuff.
For our fans along the shoreline that's getting adapted to H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing, our inboard classes as well here at Guntersville. Brad, I tab Hydro News on Facebook equivalent to J-Ski for the NASCAR racing series. Jay Ski gets a lot of inside information. Hydro News does the same, and just another source and another angle to keep up with your favorite motorsport.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can also go to h1unlimited.com. There's a fan club page you can join in there. That'll get you more information. There's many avenues where you can get information about the fastest race boats in the world. And it's quiet right now on the water. Tell you what, Jeff Ayler, let's step away for just a moment. We're waiting on the 40. We're waiting on the 9. As soon as they hit the water and come away from the dock, we'll be ready to go. Wasn't your favorite song because I said we'd step away until such time as we had a boat on the water, and we do. Dave Vilwalk, the U40. Miss Beacon Plumbing is away from the pit area on the other side of beautiful Lake Guntersville. Dave Vilwalk, he became a part of this team, Jeff. Oh gosh, I guess we're going 2 years ago. Certainly 2 seasons ago. He was charged with rebuilding this boat, reconfiguring this boat after the hull was purchased from Go Fast Turn Left Racing. This is a hull that's been around for quite a while, since 2007, I believe. And Dave came on board and started working with good friend Kelly Stockland. They did a lot of work on the hydroplane, adapted it for different gearbox combinations, et cetera, et cetera. Then it was named that Dave Vilwalk was going to step behind the wheel. There were a lot of wrinkled eyebrows when he did that. Could the old guy still do it? Jeff, the old guy can still get her done. I think we're about to find out.
Oh, no doubt. I thought it was so fascinating last year, Dave rejoining the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series as a driver. And yeah, race fans, he can still do it. 68 years of age, working that front canard wing, waving that right sponge into the fans of Guntersville, working through turn number 1. Dave Vilwalk with 10 APBA Gold Cup victories, 67 career wins. Mr. Luce, he means business.
One more win of that APBA Gold Cup, that big trophy right behind us. As you said, his name's on it 10 times. He gets it one more. He ties his good friend Chip Hanauer at the top of the ladder with 11. It's about the only record he doesn't have is the most Gold Cup wins. He's got the most wins, National High Points Championships. We could talk for days about Dave Vilwalk. Watch that right sponson, the one closest to you on the front of the boat. He was tapping it on the water. He wants to just pick it up and hang it.
Vilwalk,
that's about as good a boat ride as you can get.
Looking good entering turn number 1. Brad, here at Guntersville last year, Dave was really working that canard, really floating that boat above the water to get more speed. This year, the ride's a little bit better. It's more of a subtle flying the boat, and you can tell when he waves those sponsons, that baby's perking.
161.499 miles an hour. 161. I thought Dave was taking it home, but no, he's not. See if he doesn't cut the race course. And we were talking about that before. He is a master at the start procedure and was famous for cutting the race course back to front, where he'd hang a left-hand turn just about now and come across. He's going to go all the way up. He also likes to cut the course down at the bottom end. Both legal maneuvers. Top end of the race course. Watch when Dave puts his foot in it. Here he goes. Now he'll come off there. See what lane he puts it in. It's one thing to have a good timing mark up there, Jeff, but you can have a timing mark in lane 1, but then get shoved out to lane 6, and all of a sudden your timing mark goes out the window. Dave's not coming hard yet, but now he does. He accelerates because of that longer run from that exit pin to start finish line. He can wait and put his foot in it later on the straightaway.
Brad, I got him at the exit pin at turn number 2 to the start finish line buoy. 15 seconds. So when we're calling the races later this morning, this afternoon, tomorrow, If you hear us say 15 seconds when all the boats are behind that exit pin at turn number 2, Brad, that's time. Mash the gas.
Put the pedal to the metal and let her go. It's all done on a clock start for somebody who might be new to hydroplane racing, and this is across all 3 classes. The name of the game: put your boat on the start-finish line. When the clock strikes triple zeros, make sure you've got an open lane, clean water, and a whole bunch of boat speed. And if you do, you're going to give yourself a good opportunity to win. Jump the clock, you have to run an extra lap, you're done. Be 2 seconds late, well, guess what? You trail the field, and you're going to have your hands full trying to get around anybody.
And especially if you're on the outside. The inside, you might have a little bit of chance, but that depends on the boat separation and links. And, Brad, there is a boat overlap. The boat in front can either move to the outside or inside, as long as they have the necessary boat links. To use that white rooster tail as a little bit of a weapon.
It can be a weapon, and that overlap is 7 boat lengths. And if you've ever sat in an H1 Unlimited drivers meeting, when they talk about the 7 boat length overlap before you change lanes, they always say it's 7 boat lengths, but make sure you got about 10, because they're really going to be watching that one close, because you get your boat up on one of these rooster tails, pretty easy to go up and over. Dave came slow all the way down the front straightaway. This could be part of another timing procedure. Just wondering how long it takes him to run a full lap at a skosh over 80 miles an hour. That's all a part of the sequence. You could have made me look real smart, Dave, but no, he's going to head back. So Dave's going to take it back to the pit area. I believe we are awaiting the arrival of the U9, Lynx Healthcare. And you look toward the pit area across the lake, you'll see a little bit of white water in the air. That is the U9 Lynx Healthcare, Corey Peabody. Top qualifier for last year's event, just over. He did turn around. All of a sudden, that boat spun around, or so it appeared.
Reminds me of working the inboard race at Hillsboro, Ohio years ago, Rocky Fork State Park. Some of the boats, there was an area just outside the pit area, Brad, and if you had a boat that had trouble getting up on plane, they'd do a circle and then catch their own wakes to help pop it up. Well, maybe he just forgot his Gatorade to go out on the track and got a quick drink and back out.
He's back out coming this way. Actually, I think what the issue was, I said we were awaiting the arrival of the U9 and Corey Peabody, and I was corrected here quickly at the table. Apparently, we were awaiting the arrival of one Don Malello, who has come and joined us here at our table. Don, it's always good to have you here. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here. Guntersville is just absolutely beautiful to be here racing with our GPs and Pro-Lites, and we're looking forward to a great weekend.
The Grand Prix America Series presented by Knighton Industries. Man, oh man, you got 9 boats, and they are quick.
That's right, and we plan right now to put 8 of them in the final, so it's up to them.
So when we get the Grand Prix America boats out here, thank you, Don, very much. When we get those boats out, remember how loud it was yesterday with 1?
And they want to put 10 Pro-Lites in the final. Of course, Don Malello is our chief referee for Grand Prix America and Pro-Lite. Don out of the Queen City of Cincinnati, Ohio, and Brad, our H1 Unlimited chief referee, Rick Sandstrom from Seattle.
From the area up in the Pacific Northwest, Don Malello spent a lot of time working with H1 Unlimited. That's where you and I got to know him first of all. And he's, you know what? We talk behind his back a lot, but he's still the same nice guy he always was. Corey Peabody, Lynx Healthcare, driving a 9.
This craft was your top qualifier at last year's Southern Cup here at Lake Guntersville. The U9 Lynx Healthcare with Corey Peabody. That top qualifying time last year was at 158.623 miles per hour. And finished second here at the Southern Cup behind his teammate, J. Michael Kelly, in U8 Miss Tri-Cities. And Brad, consistency throughout the weekend. I really like the progression of this boat. They seem to be on top of their game. Jeff Campbell, his spotter below us here. When Jeff Campbell puts the touch to it, it's right.
Yeah, it usually is right. He's got a lot of experience in boat racing, and if you remember that 2018 final where this boat was the winner with Andrew Tate behind the wheel, it was Jeff Campbell who was turning the wrenches on it. He knows how to make this boat go fast, and it goes.
Speaking of our Grand Prix America Series presented by Knighton Industries, we do know that 3 teams will take a crack at testing before we close testing at 10 o'clock, then go into opening ceremonies. And then after that, Brad and race fans will go racing at 10:30 with Motorola Solutions Grand Prix 1A. Lap speed for Corey Peabody, 157.070.
157, that's a good speed for a race setup. You talk about consistency, Jeff, and maybe one thing we haven't really mentioned here today, when you come look at the Gold Cup, if you were to look at it very, very closely at the top, it says the American Powerboat Association Challenge Cup. That's what it was originally called, and it was developed originally as an endurance race. So if you've been down here watching the Southern Cup before, you've watched Heat 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and a final. You're going to see Heats 4A and 4B this weekend to kind of check that box on the endurance portion.
And the total mileage for the 112th Gold Cup here in Guntersville, 52.5 miles. Lap speed for the 9, it was quicker, 159.151 miles per hour. 159, 151, cutting through the infield when we go racing prior to the start. That is a legal maneuver.
Absolutely a legal maneuver. Corey just demonstrated how, and very importantly, where you can cut the race course from the back to the front. He could cut from the front to the back right about now if he wanted to. And Corey, thank you. Corey just gave the perfect example of when you can cut the course from back to front. That is at the top end. You can cut from the front stretch to the back stretch at the lower half of the race course. Couldn't ask for it any better. Corey's right on cue.
You always have a great knack of doing that, Brad, and it's not my Sharona in the knack, but your knack and experience of getting these boats to cut through the infield when we're talking about them during testing.
Did anybody catch that? The my Sharona and the knack. Nicely done, Jeff. Oh, man. Now watch Corey come off the top end of the race course and blister his way down to the start-finish line. This is a timing run. He's got spotters here with stopwatches, and they will, as soon as he says now, hit it, Corey will hit it. They'll start the stopwatch. They'll let him know exactly how long it took him and in what lane he was in. About lane 3 there, Jeff, maybe 2.5. Now watch, he's going to come slow. Now punch it, Corey. Or not. And you just said I had a good knack for this. Apparently not so much. Okay. But I'm gonna try and defend myself here, Jeff. Okay, so he didn't come down hard. It's coming down very slowly. But remember, they'll be on a race course for 5 minutes before the start. So it's not only how long it takes you to get from point A to point B when point B is the start-finish line, but also how long it takes you to turn a lap at 80 miles an hour.
And for the H1 Unlimiteds, during the warm-up period, you have to have your boat in a planing attitude, Brad. It's at 80 miles per hour, and that is monitored by GPS with H1 Unlimited. The GPAs and Pro-Lites will have the similar clock start, but with assigned lanes. They do not necessarily have to be in a planing attitude during the warm-up period, but at 1 minute they need to be.
That is correct. The speed is monitored and will be checked via the black box when they get back to the pit area. So I can guarantee you Corey's running north of 80 miles an hour right now because they're trying to find out, all right, how much time does it take to turn a lap at 80 miles an hour?
Perfect example. Yesterday in testing, he did 1 lap leisurely around this 2.5 mile course. The speed, 84 and some change. So he was legal at over 80 miles per hour in a simulated warm-up period.
Going to come down hard now, but he turned that last lap, Jeff, 83. So there it is. Corey Peabody, U9 Links Healthcare. They've got some other money that has been given to him on the associate sponsorship level from Northway Construction, where Corey Peabody is a building superintendent for Northway Construction. Corey out of the Seattle, Washington metropolitan area, specifically Kent, Washington. Corey's going to run one hot lap here for us. Boat looks real good up the backstretch. These guys they're a player. And with the fact that, I mean, we keep saying that, and people are going to go, yeah, those two announcers need to hush up about both being players. But you mentioned the consistency piece. Corey Peabody can really drive. Of course, all these guys can. But this looks really good.
Brad, we mentioned it last year's Gold Cup in Madison. Corey was in lane number 4, a 4-boat front row final in Madison. If he would have been to the inside, I thought he had enough boat speed, but boy, covering all that extra real estate hurt him.
It really makes a big difference, and you're going to see it when we go racing. It's a much bigger race course between lane 1 and lane 4 or 5, and it just exacerbates a problem if you're a tick or two late. We've seen it many, many times. So Corey Peabody, as he heads back across the lake to the pit area, finished second to his teammate J. Michael Kelly, popped that lap at $1:56. Corey Peabody came in second place last year to teammate J. Michael Kelly, but then it was in the final heat in the Tri-Cities when he was able to start on the outside and behind teammate J. Michael Kelly, but drove around him on lap 4. The U8 was losing parts and pieces on the Columbia River, and next thing we knew, Corey Peabody took home the big trophy and had a nice swim off the end of the dock.
Boy, he really did, Brad. You were right there with KONA Radio, 610 AM out of the Pacific Northwest in the Tri-Cities. You had the winning driver interview on radio and, of course, online with our stream at H1 Unlimited via YouTube. And a little heavy heart, though, this weekend for Corey. He recently lost his dad, the passing of Alan Peabody, and Brad, you and I and everybody in boat racing once again sends our sympathy to Corey and his family on the passing of his father.
And absolutely we do, and to the entire Daryl and Vanessa Strong and H1 Unlimited family. The H1 Unlimited and the Grand Prix America Series, all racers, whether it's limited inboards, outboards, Region 10, other parts of the country, you know, Jeff, it is a family. And when one person is hurting in the family, the competitive hat comes off and the brotherhood and the family hat goes on. And it's a very, very tight-knit group. We do offer our best to Corey Peabody and his family. Got a couple of Grand Prix America hydroplanes going to get loud and proud coming out on the water here in just a moment. Grand Prix America presented by Knighton Industries. They're going to put on a good show.
GPAs, they will have 3 heats coming up later today, 1A, 1B, 1C. It'll be 3 boats in each heat. These boats will run in assigned lanes on a clock start. Brad, it's a 1 1/4 mile course. We apologize to our fans here yesterday and listening online. We are corrected. The smaller course here at Lake Guntersville is 1 1/4 miles. GPA and both Pro-Lite will run 4-lap competition heats, 5 miles contested.
Thanks for that clarification. Believe that would be Jack Lupton, the Lupton Motorsports. You interview those guys, you get a bit of an accent. They're from New Zealand.
And here is Ken Lupton out of Waverly, New Zealand in the GP 577 Lucas Oil. So some international flavor here at the Southern Cup, APBA Gold Cup here at Lake Guntersville. And Brad, the testing session is getting closer to the end. Then you'll have opening ceremonies. And after that, when boats are on the water, we're racing until 5 o'clock tomorrow. And that will be the running of the 112th APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world.
You bet, you got it. Now here's racing Grand Prix style. Oh, it's going to get loud later on. It's going to get loud. It's going to get awful fun. And you're right. We got opening ceremonies coming up at 10 o'clock. If you want to be here and be a part of that, start making your way up to the start-finish line. You'll see the APBA Gold Cup there. You'll see the main stage. That's where we're going to have our opening ceremonies. Then, if memory serves me right, we are going to follow that with an exhibition run of the U-36 Miss US. We'll be talking about the record run again and that beautiful boat on the water. And then it's busy, busy, busy with racing.
The Grand Prix America boats presented by Knighton Industries. Brad, we have the world's largest hydroplane class here this weekend, the H1 Unlimited. The GPA boats are the second largest in the world, 24-foot length, 12-foot width. All boats powered by a 468 cubic inch supercharged engine. Racing trim with the pilot inside, 2,700 pounds. These boats are well capable of doing 170 miles per hour. Brad, in competition at the end of each shoot, I think we'll get at that 140, 145 clip and maybe touching 150.
And that's picking them up and laying them down. That is moving.
Boat entering turn number one, the Lupton Motorsports. Brad, that's a brand new craft built by our friend Bert Henderson up in Brockville, Ontario, Canada. Looks like Jack Lupton will complete his final test here in Grand Prix America presented by Knighton Industries. You hear Ken Lupton getting off the throttle as well in the 577 Lucas Oil. Great to see Forrest Lucas's name on Lucas Oil in the GP 577. The Kiwis are in Alabama.
They are indeed in Alabama. We're glad they're here. And if you think Jeff and I are good at picking these boats out of the sun every once in a while, we kind of cheat every once in a while. It's real easy to tell who's coming out on the water because we got the radio men standing just behind us here. You can tell who's coming. Boy, look at this hot run of the lap, Jeff. Bring it down. That has just got to be a rush to just pound your foot into that thing and get pressed back in that seat and go that fast.
All these drivers in GPA, they love it. The throttle response, the sound of the engine, and it's going to be exciting later this morning, this afternoon, and all day tomorrow with the Grand Prix America Hydroplane Series presented by Knighton Industries, the second largest hydroplane class in the world. Of course, we have the largest, the H1 Unlimited. And Brad, these Pro-Lites presented by Phenom Digital, they're powered by a 350 cubic inch engine. It's a stock class. Everybody's pretty even. It's going to be exciting as well.
It's going to be very exciting as we got the bright yellow boat coming out across the water here. This is going to be, as soon as he turns and I see the profile, and I think I've already got it, this is awesome Austin Ekrit out of the Pacific Northwest. Young man I've been racing with for years and years. The kid has finally got an opportunity to step up to a GP, and he's driving that GPA. We've got some sponsorship dollars we want to make sure we mention here. Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. They also got some help from the fine folks at Advantage Pest Controls. We thank them all for their participation, and we thank Bob Shellhays for bringing his boat down here, putting awesome Austin behind the wheel.
And great to see local sponsor Wilkes Tire and Battery Service on board Bob Shellhays' boat out of Renton, Washington. Brad, this team last year blew a motor in Madison, then struggled the rest of the season. But boy, the engine builder for this team got it humming perfectly here in testing.
Yeah, when it's right, and it's been right many, many times, and when it is, it's a winner. To me, Jeff, and you've got better eyes than I do, but it appears to me there's a purple W on the right side fairing of that boat. As oh, but look, we got royalty in front of us here now.
I picked that up. You're reading my mind. I saw that W, the logo for Wilkes Tire and Battery Service.
That's it. We thank them again for their participation. Got Dean Rojas standing here right in front of us of GPA. He's the commish. He's the main man. I'm really anxious to see what Austin can do. As I said a little bit earlier, I've been watching this kid race for years, and he is dynamite. He's just a good young kid. He comes from a great racing family. If you know boat racing, you know the name Egret. And he's a great kid, a tremendous guy. He's going to do really well in the Grand Prix America class. This may not be his weekend because this is only about the third time he's ever been in the boat. But once he's ready, look out.
And Brad, I echo those thoughts. Austin, a previous national high point champion in the 2.5 liter stock class in the American Powerboat Association. Tremendous shoe, and years ago I said you could even drive one of these H1 Unlimiteds. This is the largest class of hydroplane he has competed in so far in his career, and it looks like he's going to make a right.
Which those boats don't necessarily like to do. You want to make sure you slow down quite a bit before you turn right.
Right.
Right. So he's going to take it back. Got to check the watch here. So Austin Egret is going to take the boat back to the pit area. We haven't seen any of our Pro-Lite class out here yet this morning, and if you're wondering where they're pitting those particular boats, it's not where the H1 Unlimiteds or the Grand Prix have been coming from. They are actually, Jeff, they're on the other side of the causeway. They're on the race course side of the lake, but they're on the other side of the causeway, and about halfway across that causeway you see an opening, and they just come squirting out underneath there. And I was concerned about it yesterday, but it worked fine.
Brad, very unique. The only hydroplane race I've ever worked where the drivers have to obey the wake zone coming through the causeway, out and by.
There you go. You never thought you were going to see a hydroplane race when that would happen. Well, Jeff's got his fan club here. I was just about to turn the microphone over to him so I can go over and get ready for opening ceremonies. Jeff, you got your crew here.
Oh, we got more Madison people. Look at Charles Sargent, Marlene. Marlene even brought me something to drink here last year, and I wasn't even officially working with you.
No, you weren't. We wanted to talk to you about that, but we'll have that discussion later.
Look at that garb, the Pico American Dream former crew shirt and those nice St. Patrick's Day skirt.
Needless to say, the crowd is amassing here for our opening ceremonies. Jeff, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I'm going to cut my microphone off. I'm going to walk over, get ready for those opening ceremonies. We're about 12, 13 minutes away. We'll have opening ceremonies. We're going to cue up some real cool music. Then we're going to bring the U-36, the Miss US 4 on the water. Then it's race, 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 break, race, 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 race. There's a pattern developing. So I'm going to step away, Jeff. The floor is yours. Have fun, my friend.
Thank you, Brad. I'll take us through our schedule up until we take our break on this Saturday at the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. Racing for the American Powerboat Association APBA Gold Cup. This testing session will continue until 10 a.m. and then right after 10 o'clock we'll have opening ceremonies. At 10:15 we'll have the exhibition run of the vintage unlimited hydroplane U-36 Miss US 4 powered by a stock Allison engine. The craft was built back in 1957. At 10:30, our first race heat of the weekend will be Grand Prix Heat 1A, brought to you by Motorola Solutions. At 11 a.m., Pro-Lite Heat 1A, sponsored by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. At 11:30, American Dumpster Unlimited Heat 1A. At 12 noon, WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B. Then we'll take a break for an hour, and then we'll go back to activity at 1:30 this afternoon with American Dumpster Unlimited 1B. We have the water up until 5 o'clock. Once again, echoing Brad, stay hydrated, sit back, relax, enjoy the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. Back to testing activity for the H1 Unlimiteds on the course. Jamie Nielsen in the U11, Miss Colleen. By my watch, we're about 10 minutes away until testing concludes. Jamie Nielsen out on the water earlier this morning, their first crack at Lake Guntersville this weekend, had a top speed of 149.772 miles per hour. Top speed in testing so far for the 11, 149.772. 2.5 mile course, similar to the Tri-Cities Washington Columbia course for the Half-Oak Columbia Cup. This one just a little bit different, a little tighter turns. That means longer straightaways. And it is a wonderful facility for hydroplane racing in all of our divisions here this weekend at Guntersville. As we mentioned earlier today, Jamie Nielsen, the driver, a one-time former draftee in the Major League Baseball draft by the Kansas City Royals, dynamite baseball player that holds many records still at Central Washington University, in Central Washington. Nielsen off the turn. The Chartreuse Royal Blue Carnival Orange, and that's their fastest lap so far this morning at 152.868 miles per hour. 152.868 for Jamie Nielsen in the U11, Miss Colleen. Working well up in turn number 2. Working a lane 1 sequence off the turn. And Jamie will come across the start-finish line buoy once again to complete a lap on the clock. U11, Miss Colleen. Now he slows. Might see a timing run here before he returns the U11 back to the pit area. We'll get a time when it comes across our official radios with H1 Unlimited. The speed just a touch slower, 152.702 miles per hour, 152.702 for Jamie Nielsen. And U11, Miss Colleen, slowing on the back straightaway. We'll watch to see if he makes a timing run. And my secondary watch here will get an idea in seconds how long it takes to get from point A to point B, as the drivers last chance to check their timing marks here at Lake Guntersville for the Gold Cup, as this testing session will close at 10 a.m. Picks it up right there. We'll go ahead and get a time in seconds from the apex of turn number 2, the midpoint of that corner, to the start-finish line buoy. Jamie Nielsen working in a lane 1 starting sequence. In the U11, Miss Colleen. And we'll stop the watch, and he made it there 20 seconds. 20 seconds from the apex of turn number 2, the start-finish line buoy. Earlier today, we saw from the exit pin of turn number 2, the start-finish line buoy at 15 seconds. When Brad and I are giving the clock countdowns for our heat races, if you hear us at 20 seconds at that apex, 15 at the exit pin, that's ideal. That's when the drivers know they're on track to make a smoking start and not jumping the gun.
Nice dud.
Grand Prix America hydroplane on the water. GP 15, local sponsor Southern Elite Realty, Foodland Plus. Greg Hopp in the cockpit out of Lake Stevens, Washington, picking it up on the back chute. Let's get a sound and a sample and the roar of this GPA. Into turn number 1, Southern Elite Realty, Foodland Plus. Got off the throttle there. Let's hope that's not a major problem for the GP15. Maybe just sending one more signal, Brad, to his competitors. This boat's a hot one. It's got some years under its belt, but with these composite boats, this one's been taken care of in fine fashion. It was a winner last year at San Diego in GPA, and this one is one to watch with the local sponsors.
Certainly is, and Greg Hopp knows his way around a race course. I was talking yesterday about how many races I've seen this boat win. You have 2. And if anybody out there happens to remember a boat called the Alamo and a driver by the name of Bo Scheid, well, that's the boat he made and did so much damage with.
That's a boat driver's name, Alan Bo Scheid, one of the best in the APBA import division. Also, too, had that fast, radically designed shopsmith. Alan very successful in that boat in its racing days. I believe this will be our final boat to take the water in testing. And once Greg Hopp returns to the pit area, we'll go silent so Mr. Brad Luce can get ready for opening ceremonies here at the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest.
And just as you say that, Jeff Ayler, the black flag goes up, meaning our course is being closed down. The hopper will get the notice that the course is being shut down. Boy, look at that, Jeff. I take a look at my watch, and it says straight up 10 o'clock on my phone. We've talked about this schedule. It is jam-packed, and we're going to stay on that schedule. Translation, I got to get out of here. I got some opening ceremonies to do.
All right, Brad, we'll take a break on the microphone. When we come back, Brad will conduct opening ceremonies. Once again, stay hydrated today and tomorrow. Keep hydrated because we want you to enjoy the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest.
So I was just mentioning, that'll wake you up. Oh, you're the sound guys. You'd think you'd know not to stand right in front of the speaker, and he's going to turn it down. I just made a mention to Jeff Ayler that when they put the black flag to Greg and Jerry Hopp, good morning, Jerry, as they put the black flag out there, I looked at my phone. It was straight up 10 o'clock, and I said, that means the course is closing, the schedule's packed, and goodbye, Jeff. I got to do opening ceremonies. So welcome. Opening ceremonies. It is the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. We've got Pro-Lites, we've got Grand Prix America hydroplanes, and we have H1 Unlimiteds racing for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. I need $1 for every time I say that because I love to say it because it's just so very cool. If you haven't ever seen the Gold Cup, make sure you come up here and take a peek. But right now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce somebody who's become a pretty good friend of mine over the last few years. His name is Philip Mosley, and he is the Hydrofest 2022 race chairman. Philip, navigate those steps and come on up, buddy.
Thank you, Brad. Welcome to Guntersville. We are so excited that it's race time here again on Guntersville Lake. Hydrofest 2022 is a work in progress every year. We improve, the site improves every year. And I just want to say to the fans, thank you for being here. Welcome again. Real quick, thanks to all the volunteers. These guys have worked all week long trying to put this event space together. They've done a fantastic job. Thanks to the city of Guntersville. Thanks especially to all of our sponsors. We couldn't do this without you. And thanks again to Katie Norton for all her hard work and Marshall County Tourism and Sports. We are so excited to have the Gold Cup here for the very first time in Guntersville. So if you get an opportunity throughout the day, come over and have your picture taken with the Gold Cup. This is the oldest trophy in motorsports history. Dates back to 1904. So we're honored and privileged to have that here in Guntersville. Even though we started racing here in 1939, this is the first time ever for this prestigious trophy. And these guys are going to be running really hard on the water this weekend to win this trophy. So with that said, Brad, thank you guys. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you, sir, very, very much. Philip, you've done an amazing job. It's almost over. We still got a couple of days of hard work. I hope the people in Guntersville realize what you have in a guy like Philip Mosley, Katie Norton, and all the volunteers. You have a very, very special group of people who work tirelessly to put this on. Oh, by the way, they have day jobs. And so this is what they do when they're not doing the day job. So this is very, very special, and you are a very lucky community. Now I'd like to bring a couple of people up on stage, have you guys come up if possible, and like everyone to stand. Not that we have a seat, but if you could stand and maybe remove your cap if possible and join us for our invocation. It is going to be offered today by our pastor, Gary Kraft. He's going to offer the invocation. Gary is from the Lake City Assembly of God, followed by, when he's done, our national anthem will be sung by Wesley Rorick. Wesley, I'm assuming you won't mind if everybody sings along. He said that'd be a good idea. Wesley Rorick, he is our music director from Henryville Methodist Church. I will turn the microphone over to them. Gary, the mic is yours.
Let's pray together. Father, we thank you for your beautiful creation we're enjoying today. We thank you, God, for the ingenuity and the competitive spirit of these drivers, Lord, of these boats. We just pray, God, that you would keep everyone safe today. Everyone would have a great time. And Lord, we just pray that every heart would turn toward you with joy of the pleasure that you've afforded us in this free nation. Lord, we just ask these things in the name of Jesus, the Savior of the world, the one who died for us, gave himself for us, and gave us life. In his name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wesley Rorex, thank you very, very much. I'm not quite sure how you follow that. That was terrific. Gary Kraft, thank you very much as well. Well, there's one way to follow it. Let's go boat racing. It is time to do that. The sound guys have got a special song they want to play for you. Crank it up back there in the trailer. Let's get it going because the boys are back in town. Let's go.
Yeah, we've got a bird up in the sky, so whenever you guys get that thing moved.
What?
We should have a signal.
Signal for what?
10-4, you're going to be heading westbound over here by back where that pontoon boat is backing away from us, so we got to make that more number corner. So we can back up or forward, whichever you want to go, to head towards the back stretch. And put the job balls on you and guide you. Yeah, so he's flying a lot. Brian's holding.
No signal still?
This tower. Yes. From your best judgment, just put it on ours. Just kind of head back towards Causeway 9, and I'll get back to you here in a minute.
So it's just that cable.
Lee, make your best judgment to go from. Oh, you got it. And that's got a curve between arc and arc. Arc, excuse me, not a curve.
We've got a crane driver that's missing in action. We can't believe it. We want to go ahead and crank it on our bridge down. And then what? We can run the first heat. He's ready. We got to know what we want to do.
So when you take, where's your drone?
Right above one of the
Okay, so when you take off, I want you to stop.
You're going to take a lot of grain.
This way.
How we look?
Yeah.
Here's the tower.
We need to make sure the sensors are clean too.
10-4, thank you. Rescue 8, come back outbound.
Head forward, back towards the
Head towards the beach a little bit.
That yellow to the left, the picture right there.
Yeah, that double boost the entrance. So we can head forward towards the causeway. We can
Right down.
gun challenge. We did a one. Yeah, that's perfect.
Thank you. What are they doing? I thought it was going.
I wanted a 3 anyway. It was planned. You wanted one too. What's that?
Attention up and down the beach. Up and down the beach, you might want to look in your pocket. You might want to look in your purse. Just check and make sure you got your car keys. Because there is a silver Nissan Altima, license plate 2A0, A Adam B Baker E Edward 9, 2A0, AB E9. You're in the orange parking lot on Lurleen Wallace Drive. Why did I mention the car keys? Because car's running. Can you please get to your car in a hurry? There are no pets. There's nobody inside. We're okay there, but we got a car running in the orange parking lot. Silver Nissan, license plate 2A0, ABE9. Hustle up, please. Thank you.
Coming now? You out? Hannah, is it out?
Okay, we fade the music away. We're ready for the next item on our agenda. Jeff Ayler, this should be an awful lot of fun. We're going to get our vintage hydroplane out on the water. It'll be coming very shortly. I think I see it moving over there. It is the Miss US U36, the Miss US 4, and Jeff Ayler We got some special music for the Miss US. Cue it up, guys. Miss US Vintage Hydroplane.
Its owner is former fighter pilot, unlimited driver, and Detroit racing pioneer George Simon. This is the boat with which George and driver Roy Doobie made history.
I owe a lot to Roy Doobie. There's no question that if it wasn't for Roy, that record would not hold today. He had the nerve and the stamina to do this. Well, we had finished running at Madison, which was the last race of the year back in 1962, and Roy felt that we should try to break the world's record because in some test runs at Madison, he got up to 200 miles an hour. Once we saw the 200 mile an hour, the next question was, where are you going to run the boat to get some 10 or 15 miles that you needed to run a record in? Because once you're running at 200 miles an hour, you cannot back off the throttle because of the lift on the propeller. And if you back off too quickly, the bow will come up and you'll do a loop. And we've lost a lot of drivers that way, as you know. So going through the record is really not holding, 200 miles an hour through the record. It's really trying to hold that 200 miles an hour for almost 4 miles. And it takes quite a stamina and some nerve on the pilot's part.
A few years previous to the world record, the Miss US and Doobie hit the Detroit Yacht Club at high speed during testing, and amazingly, both the boat and the drivers suffered only minor damages, with the Miss US flipping over the dock and landing right side up in an empty boat well.
That was interesting. I just came back from a trip, and I got off the airplane and got to where you grab a cab, and I saw headlines. It was back in the 60s again. And it said, Miss US hits Yacht Club at docks at 165 miles an hour. And of course, I thought that they had destroyed the boat. And when I got down to see the boat and find out what had happened, apparently Roy was running some test runs on the Detroit River. And just prior to getting to the Yacht Club, he lost his rudder. And consequently had no steering. And he stayed with it until he got to the Yacht Club, jumped out, and the boat hit a spiling, went over the dock, and landed in the small lagoon and missed about 4 54-foot cruisers, and it just was a miracle. I have some very pleasant memories. I have some that were sorrowful, but all in all, it was great to look back on. Your life is what you've lived, and it's been great to look back on some of the great moments of racing.
Matt, are we good or not?
we had the U36 Miss US coming out on the race course, and you can certainly hear it. Back in the day, the hydroplanes were called the Thunderboats. You're about to understand exactly why if you had a question to that effect. I know you know this boat well. I know this boat well, but one person or item we know better than all that, we know the driver, Mark Webber, very well.
Mark Webber out of Washington, Michigan, decorated inboard hydroplane pilot, numerous championships in the inboards, Hall of Champion driver. Mark with 2 career unlimited wins. The first was in 1997 at Las Vegas in the Miss Budweiser, then followed up the next year for Kim and Debbie Gregory in the Wildfire in Honolulu. Mark Webber working through turn number 1. This is the vintage 1957 constructed Miss US 4 built by legendary craftsman Henry Lauterbach.
Yeah, built by Henry Lauterbach. It was basically an enlarged duplicate of Bob Rowland's U-Haul back in the day. As Mark starts to stretch it out a little bit up the backstretch, there is maybe a little bit of confusion here about exactly which boat this is, because we've talked so much about the world record holder. The boat that is on display over here is the boat that set the world record in 1962. This is not that boat. However, an interesting fact, Jeff Ayler, George Simon, who owned both of these boats, and oh, by the way, we got George's kid here this weekend. That's going to be fun. This boat was commissioned by George Simon in 1957. So was the world record holder, Hull. They were both commissioned in 1957. I don't know that that's ever happened. One owner said 2 new boats in 1 year. But let's listen to this sound as Mark cranks it up. So, Jeff, these 2 boats, when they were built, they both showed up at the 1957 Gold Cup on Lake Washington. This boat ran and ran and ran, and they could not get it qualified. The other boat, that one right over there, it ran quite well. And the history of this particular hull it's not terribly colorful. It only entered in 4 events. And the other boat became the favorite one. But this one now, when they got their hands on it, when our owners, Jay Armstrong, got his hands on it, it was in great shape. And this boat is running so much better now than it ever did.
You mentioned the owner, Jay Armstrong. He has an aircraft background out of Omaha, Nebraska, along with his crew chief, George Zarnacki. They picked up hydroplane fever when Jay acquired this piece. Brad, the engine in this one is a stock Allison, the world record holder behind us that day on April 17, 1962. Going 200.419 miles per hour. It had the Rolls-Royce Merlin in it. Mark working good through turn 2, and he's giving it a ride.
He is giving it a ride, and for those of us of a certain vintage, okay, me, this is what I cut my teeth on. This is what I remember. That sight 6 wide going into turn 1 on Lake Washington. Didn't get any better. Look at this, turning laps at 96 miles an hour. I'm going to tell you, Jeff Ayler, that's a 2.5-mile race course. You go back to the 1970s and pull up the Tri-City race program, pull up the Tri-City race results on that 2.5-mile race course, 96 miles an hour that he just turned that lap, he'd have been about 3rd on the qualifying ladder.
And it's identical. You're exactly right, Brad. The minimum qualifying speed back in the day at a 2.5-mile course is at 100 miles per hour. That last lap at 95.86. Hey, as years and attrition goes along, we'll tell Webber the minimum qualifying speed here is 95 and some change.
That's what it used to be. And so what you're catching on to real quick when you watch this, watch how Mark has to really horse the thing through the corner. But the world record holder, which was of this same vintage, ran the straightaway speed at over 200 miles an hour. The boats of today don't have that much on the boats of yesteryear from the standpoint of chute speed. But right up there, look how Mark has to horse that beast through the corner. Now they just go in there hanging on that big skid fin. That's the difference today.
And the old boats are turned like sprint cars on dirt. They cock that wheel left, right, to get the attitude of the boat to go through the turn.
Listen up, Mark Webber, Miss US 4. I talked to yours and my predecessor many times, Jeff Ayler. I talked to Jim Hendrick about this, and I talked to Steve Montgomery when they were calling boat racing back in the day. And they said, man, when you got 6 of those things out there, they had to take the microphones that they had on the shoreline, they had to turn them away from the race course. Then when the turbine hydroplanes came out, they turned them toward the race course to get some sound. Jeff Ayler, 99 miles an hour. Come on, Mark, there's a little more. Get us the century, Mark.
That is awesome.
I tell you what.
99.08 miles per hour for Mark Webber. This is a vintage boat, of course, out of competition. And Brad, this boat does have one race victory under its belt. It was in Elizabeth City, North Carolina in 1957. It was kind of a walkover, as they say in thoroughbred racing. It was the lone unlimited entrant, Bob Rowlands, who was significant in this boat, drove, and the builder, Henry Lauterbach, was the rider. They won the 1957 Elizabeth City, North Carolina unlimited event. This craft does have a trophy and a checkered flag.
There you go. And you think, oh, wait a minute, you have an unlimited event and one boat shows up? Well, that's because there was a race in Madison, Indiana on the same day. Here comes Mark again. The boat looks beautiful. And I can tell you, Jeff Ayler, there is nobody in northern Alabama having more fun than Mark Webber is right now.
And what a great job by Jay Armstrong, his team, and of course our event director, Katie Norton, and her staff, celebrating 60 years of the world record of the fastest propeller-driven hydroplane in the mile trap and kilometer. The Miss US on display right behind us here at the start line went 200.419 miles per hour in the trap. That last speed a little slower, 95.51. Nitrous system must have acted up.
Yeah, he ran out of nitrous. Well, as I said, Mark Webber's having more fun than anybody else, and I think I mentioned it when the boat came out. I mean, the boat was never an extremely competitive race boat that dominated or anything like that. The boat today is running 20, 30, almost 40 miles an hour faster today than it ever did back in the day. And you talk about George, and I say the name wrong, Zarnicki?
Yes.
Or Zarnecki.
Zarnacki.
Zarnacki. All right, well, that's what Jeff says.
Southern accent.
We'll go with it. But when you watch the racing in the Tri-Cities later this summer, and they put their 4 vintage boats out, he had a hand in putting the Rolls-Royce Merlin together that you're going to have aboard the Squire shop. So everybody put your hands together, wave at Mark. Open cockpit can't do that in the canopies. Wave at Mark, let him know you appreciated him coming out, man. You're going to see this boat 3 more times this weekend. Mark Webber, Miss US 4. It looks good, it sounds good, it's all good. It's terrific. That was fun. That was very much fun.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Grand Prix America drivers, stand by for countdown to the 6-minute mark. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 6-minute mark for Motorola Solutions GPA 1A. – 30 seconds. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for Motorola Solutions. GPA Heat 1A. Drivers, crank them up. Inside the 5-minute period for Motorola Solutions, GPA 1A, they will run on the smaller 1 1/4 mile course here at Lake Guntersville. GPAs and Pro-Lites, 4 laps. They are assigned lanes, and they do go by the clock start, as you just heard from our clock countdown. Coming up on the 4-minute and 15-second mark until Grand Prix Heat 1A, brought to you by Motorola Solutions. Jeff Ayler with Brad Lewis. Race fans along the shoreline, welcome to Guntersville. Brad, we've got viewers online as well.
We do indeed, and Jeff, it's time to get this party started. We've done our testing, we've done our opening ceremonies, we got boats coming away from the dock. It is time to go racing. We are on the clock, coming up on 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the start of our Grand Prix America Heat 1A, presented by Motorola Solutions. Let's run down the field, Jeff. Who are we going to see?
Lane number 1 will be the Chartreuse Blue and Silver. GP14 EMS presents Legacy 1. Brandon Kennedy, the driver out of Newark, Delaware. The owner, Richard Hearn, out of North Webster, Indiana. In lane number 2 will be the GP79 Bad Influence. Jeff Bernard, the pilot, out of Kent, Washington. The owner, Mike Grindell, out of Webster, Massachusetts. And on the outside, dominant white boat with red and blue effect. That is the TM Special. Bobby Kennedy chauffeurs out of Fenton, Michigan. The owners are Ron and Sandy Thompson out of Bel Air, Maryland. We are now 2 minutes, 50 seconds until the start. Assigned lanes, clock start. Brad, we got 3 of the best in the business. Bernard is sandwiched in between cousins to start the Southern Cup.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to be. But Jeff's a master. Jeff knows how to handle it. All 3 of these guys do. This is going to be a good heat. We're going to open it up with a lot of noise here at the 2022 Hydrofest. You watch, we're 2:20. Coming up on 2:20 until the start. Jeff Bernard comes across start-finish line. Going to be followed by Bobby Kennedy at the top end of the race course. And Brandon Kennedy will come off the lower corner, have that backwards. Brandon is coming off the top end of the race course now as we approach 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start, Jeff.
Bernard in turn number 1. That's the dominant orange with the checkered flag effect on the decking. That is your defending Grand Prix America National High Point champion from 2021, the Bad Influence. And Brad, owner Mike Grindell, I've not asked him. He's remained with craft number 79. I was shocked not to see numeral 1 on it, but maybe this is good luck for them for a double in the points chase.
Yeah, it just might be. Now we're Fans are going to notice our boats are kind of stretched all over the race course right now, but looking at the clock, we're coming up on 1:30. Watch them start to bunch up. Again, the idea, put your boat on the start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. Don't be late, don't be early, nothing to it at 130 miles an hour. Just put your boat there in a clean lane and a lot of speed. Now, looking across the course, here comes Brandon Kennedy. He's going to come over and put himself in lane 1. That's where he's got to be, coming up on a minute 5. We are at 7:6. 1 minute 5, Jeff.
Coming up on the 1 minute period, it's come and gone. You see Bobby Kennedy slowing on the back straightaway, getting in sequence. He'll be in lane number 3 in the TM Special. Jeff Bernard in the dominant orange craft will be in the middle. Lane number 2 in the Bad Influence. And Brandon Kennedy, your winner at Madison last year, local sponsor River City Printing. Boat here this weekend, tabbed EMS presents Legacy 1, will be in lane number 1. Cousins in lane 1 and 3, Bernard in the sandwich in lane 2, Brad Luce 25 seconds away.
25 seconds. We mentioned they were spread all over the race course, but they would hook up and get close together. They are there. Guntersville, it's time to go racing with Grand Prix America. 3 boats at the top end of the race course. We are coming up on 10 seconds to the start. Jeff Ayler, start our Hydrofest.
Guntersville, buckle up. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. We're racing. Motorola Solutions, GPA 1A, Brandon Kennedy tardy at the start. In lane number 1, we look to the outside. Jeff Bernard gets there first in Bad Influence. Brad Bernard working through the corner, your defending champion looking sharp.
He looks real sharp, but he's got company with him on the outside. It is Bobby Kennedy right with him up the backstretch. You can see him buried in the rooster tail. Top end of the race course. We're going to go 4 times around. This is the first of 4 times. Jeff Bernard puts it right on the buoy row. Nice corner. Our drivers were a little late, Jeff, at the start, but they're running now.
Coming down to complete lap number 1. It was a good start. Bernard clearly in front with 3 to go in the Bad Influence. Bobby Kennedy second, TM Special. An unusual tardy start for Brandon Kennedy in third, and EMS presents Legacy 1. The start was good. Brad Bernard leads it off the turn.
Yeah, Bernard's got open. He's opened up a full rooster tail. We've been told by the officials the start was good. I don't think there was any question that EMS presents Legacy 1. Brandon Kennedy, you are right. He was tardy at the start, and he also didn't have the boat speed. He's paying the price now, trailing the field.
Coming up to the halfway mark of Motorola Solutions, GPA Heat 1A, Jeff Bernard comfortably in front. Make it a half a straightaway lead over Bobby Kennedy in the TM Special. Brandon Kennedy trying to hold on to score valuable points in third. In EMS presents Legacy 1, but Brad, it's all Bernard in 1A.
Yeah, it's all Bernard in 1A, and I'll tell you what, I think Bobby Kennedy, if I can quote my friend Jeff Ayler, I think the shouting's over in this one. I think Bobby's just going to let Jeff go and let Jeff have it.
Looking for the white flag from our flagman below our position here at the start-finish line buoy. White flag is displayed. Jeff Bernard accepts it. 3 complete and 1 to go here in Motorola Solutions, GPA 1A. Bobby Kennedy off turn number 2 accepts the white flag in second in TM Special with their associate sponsors Sherwin-Williams and Reliable Diamond Tool. Brandon Kennedy up in turn number 2. He sees the white flag, wants to accept it in the third position. And EMS presents Legacy 1, and Brad Bernard is moving. He's about into the wake of Brandon Kennedy in third.
I tell you what, Jeff Ayler, give away our first checkered flag of the weekend. It goes to our good friend Jeff Bernard.
Checkered flag waving. Here's your winner of GPA Heat 1A, brought to you by Motorola Solutions. It's Jeff Bernard. Bad Influence. Bobby Kennedy off turn number 2. Sees the checkered flag, picks up some valuable points here in second. Second place for Bobby Kennedy in the TM Special. Brandon Kennedy and Brad, to me, this is the story of this heat. Shocked he was late at the start. And even when the heat was running, the 14 didn't seem to be up to snuff, but they will score some points, and that's valuable to keep transferring throughout the weekend. Brandon Kennedy in third. We're off and rocking. What do you think, Guntersville?
I think we like it, and do not write off Brandon Kennedy in that 14 EMS Presents Legacy 1. They are still going to be heard from. You do not win the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest in the first heat of the weekend, but you can certainly lose it. All 3 boats started. As Jeff said, the important part there is all 3 boats finished. They all scored points, and that is the important part. Our Grand Prix America Series presented by Knighton Industries, and that was our Heat 1A for our Grand Prix America Series. It was presented by Motorola Solutions. We thank you very much, Motorola, for your participation in the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. 1 in the books and seemingly a carload of heats still to go. We are going to check with the officials right now, make sure everything is correct and proper, so we will step away from the microphone, but right now our Grand Prix America first heat is in the books. I'll take that back, Jeff. Take it away. I think you got somebody to talk to.
Thank you, Brad. With us is the crew chief of the GP 79 Bad Influence, Mike Weber. That thing's running great. Your nephew looked good winning. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, we're super excited. We're finally getting everything dialed in the way Jeff wants it. You know, we made some changes to make the boat a little easier to drive. And Roger Mahan has built us some motors that are just have been flawless, and he's taught us so much, and we really owe him a lot. But the team, I mean, you talk about busting your butt, and in this heat, you know, we worked hard all day yesterday, and it was just maintenance stuff and double checking and triple checking, and it paid off. We're happy to start the weekend the way we did.
Been baby steps for this one since 2018. I think 2022 is the shining moment. Looks good.
I appreciate that. I hope you're right.
Mike Weber, congratulations. Good luck in the second round.
Thanks, Jeff.
Mike Weber with us, the uncle of your winning pilot, Jeff Bernard, in the Bad Influence. Bernard, a 4th-generation hydroplane pilot from the Weber racing family. Jeff's great-grandfather, Harold Pops Weber, started the tradition. Then Harold's son, Ray Weber, drove. Jeff's late grandfather, and then Jeff's uncles, Mike, who we just spoke to, and Mark drove in the Unlimiteds. Uncle Steve drove in inboards, and it is official the way we gave you the finish for Motorola Solutions GPA Heat 1A. And, of course, Jeff's niece is Sandy Cody, and then Sue Troxell, her late husband, Terry Troxell, won the Gold Cup 2005.
If there is a racing family, I think that just might be it. Every time you look at one of the names that shows up in that family tree, you see Weber, you see Troxell, you see Bernard, you see Harvey. They just keep showing up, and they're all boat racing. That is a boat racing family. Want to take this opportunity to remind everybody, hydrate, people. Make sure you're drinking lots of fluids. Again, that's my mantra this weekend. Hydrate, hydrate, and I have been too. I'm doing my thing, Jeff. See it right here. I'm working on it.
Mantra on the adjective bulletin board here at the announcer stand.
Absolutely. So we are at 10:46 on my phone. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we are going to have our first heat of our Pro-Lite hydroplanes. It's going to be Heat 1A. It is presented by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. We've got 5 boats coming out in that heat. We will run them down as we get closer to the heat. But I want to remind everybody right now that a pit tour, if you have not been on a pit tour and you want to do it, you may do so now. For those of you that have the Ultimate Pass or a club-level ticket, make sure you get over to the pits at some point today, especially with some of those Unlimiteds over there. If you think these boats look pretty big on the water, go stand next to one. They are huge, and all of these boats are wonderful. You're going to find when you go over there, crew personnel, drivers, they'll all take the time to talk to you. So if you have a club level ticket or the Ultimate Pass, find your way over to the pit area. Buses leave out of gate number 1, and they will take you to both pits. That includes our Pro-Lite class down at this end of the causeway. They began doing that at 10 a.m. this morning. They're going to do it all day until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Find your way to the pit area, Jeff. That's always fun.
It sure is, Brad, and to take that opportunity to get an up-close look at all 3 of our classes at this year's 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. Up next on our race card is Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite Heat 1A. Brad the Pro-Lites with their sponsors, Phenom Digital and RSTZ Transport. These crafts are powered by a 350 cubic inch engine, boat length 20 feet, width 10 foot, straightaway speeds capable of up to 130 miles per hour. Here in competition, looking to see 110, 115, racing trim with the driver inside, 1,500 pounds. Motors crank out around 400 horsepower. Brad, it's a stock class, very competitive, and with assigned lanes, lane 1 and 2 will be critical here at Guntersville, but we just showed right there, perfect example. If you're in lane 1 and you're late and you get to turn 1 late, it hurts.
It certainly does. We talked about the start procedure. Got to be on time, got to be on the line with a lot of boat speed. We saw how that can pay dividends and how you can get hurt by that if you are not there. We're about 15 minutes away from our first heat of our Pro-Lite hydroplanes that are going to come out on the water. Our Pro-Lites presented by Phenom Digital, and it's going to be their Heat 1A presented by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. It's coming up in about 15 minutes. But for now, Jeff Ayler and I will step away. We're going to turn it back to Wyatt, who's going to spin us some good music, and we'll be back when we're ready to go racing. Take it away, Wyatt.
Well, we're gonna do it.
I usually start at 5 to the 6-minute mark. Okay. So make it 6:05. Yeah, that's Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Pro-Lite drivers, stand by for countdown to the 6-minute mark for Heat 1A coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 6-minute mark for Pro-Lite 1A. Thirty seconds. 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for Pro-Lite Heat 1A, brought to you by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. Drivers, crank them up!
Signature line, Mr. Jeff Ayler, and we are cranking up our Pro-Lites for Marshall Precision Engineering Heat 1A. We've got 5 boats. Jeff, can you give us a quick rundown who we've got in our Heat 1A?
Thank you, Brad. In lane number 1, E54 Bows Back, driven by Jimmy King out of Memphis, Michigan. Boat white with burgundy coloring on the sponsons. Lane number 2, teammate boat to our Grand Prix winner earlier here in 350. E79 Bad Influence, Patrick Haworth, the chauffeur out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, driving for Mike Grindell. Lane number 3, E98 Dominant Orange Boat, one to watch. Faster Than Cancer Foundation, Steve Huff, owner-driver out of Seattle, Washington. Lane number 4, Chartreuse Blue, Gray, E52 EMS presents Legacy 1. Paul Barber drives out of Ottawa, Canada, for owner Richard Hearn out of North Webster, Indiana. And on the outside, E323 Maximum Racing, Carl Adams, the Buckeye, owner-driver out of Medina, Ohio. 3 minutes and 30 seconds away until Pro-Lite Heat 1A, brought to you by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. Brad, we have 2 orange boats in here, 2 to watch. The first one, Mike Grindell's boat out of Webster, Massachusetts, the Bad Influence, Patrick Haworth, driving out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. The second one, you see this one a lot in APBA Region 10. Steve Huff out of Seattle, the Faster Than Cancer Foundation. He's in lane 3. If he gets a good start and gets a good turn, watch out.
And remember yesterday, we were watching Mr. Huff, and we spoke to him here before they went out on the race course and tested yesterday. He was quite pleased with how his boat has been progressing. Then he went out and ran during the test session. I thought the boat ran very, very well. And you're right. He gets a good start on time with some boat speed. That orange boat going down the front straightaway there, you may have your hands full with him.
I failed to mention the owner of the boat to the inside going in turn number 1, the white boat with the burgundy decking. That's owned by Wheeler Baker, veteran pilot out of Chester, Maryland. Wheeler, a legend in inboard hydroplane racing, did get a crack at the Unlimiteds, Brad, in 1988 in the twin automotive Ford Power Strohs Light. But great to see Wheeler. He looks good, and he's got Jimmy King in the cockpit subbing for Scott Liddicoat this weekend. We are 1 minute 55 seconds away until Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite 1A. And Brad, the boat in lane number 4, we saw Paul Barber drive in Detroit in 2019. He's savvy. Can't count Paul out.
No, that's a fast race boat, and that's him at the apex of the upper corner right now. Steve Huff is going to come up behind him. And similar to what we saw in the first heat of our Grand Prix America boats, they were spread all over the race course, but now you're going to see them start to bunch up. We were hoping for 5. We've got 4 on the water right now as we're coming up on 1:20 till our start.
Yeah, looking for Carl Adams in the 323 Maximum Racing. Carl in his second season with the 350. Let's hope he can get out and make a start. But Brad, we're coming close because you need to be in a running attitude at the 1 minute period. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. So 1 minute until Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite Heat 1A. So, Brad, our 5 boat field is down to 4, but it's 4 good ones.
It's 4 very good ones, and you saw Jimmy King cut the race course from back to front, legal maneuver, and you see coming right in behind him there, Paul Barber in the 52 EMS Presents Legacy 1. He'll catch up to the field up the backstretch, but we're 35 seconds away from the start, Jeff. Let's go racing. It's Heat 1A for the Pro-Lites, presented by Marshall Precision Manufacturing.
Jimmy King, lane number 1, doing double duty. He'll drive the Turbinator. Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware in the APBA Gold Cup. Patrick Haworth out of Canada. Lane number 2, Steve Huff out of Washington State. Lane 3, Paul Barber, Canadian, in lane number 4. We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, and it appears to be a clean start. We're racing in Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite 1A. Brad, a smoking start for Patrick Haworth. The start was good here in 1A for the Pro-Lites, and it's all Patrick Haworth in front. Looking good. King back in second.
Yeah, King's in second place. He's on the inside. Once again, for the new fans here, you saw how important the start can be. You've got to be on time. Actually, we've got a good bunch of boats running in second, third, and fourth. And, Jeff, I may not be correct here, but I think they're closing on our leader. This one's going to get interesting before it's over. Top end of the race course. Watch Patrick Haworth and watch Jimmy King on his inside.
Haworth driving King clean in lane number 2, and now Patrick, it seems. Now here comes Paul Barber. We talked about Paul prior to the race. From lane number 4, he's moving into second. King on the inside in third, and Huff trails it. Working into turn number 1 on lap number 2, it's Patrick Haworth in front, but the battle is for second. Now King's regained it on the buoy row, and here comes Barber shooting out to regain second.
Yeah, Barber's got a lot of speed through the corner, and he's got a lot of speed coming off of the corner. Now he is going to set sail for Patrick Haworth. Going to be a tall order. Got to keep an eye on that left side rear view mirror, because I can tell you that Jimmy King is not going to go away on the inside.
Approaching the halfway mark for Pro-Lite 1A, brought to you by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. It has been all Patrick Haworth in front in Bad Influence, but the race is for second. Paul Barber has come from lane number 4, walking the 52 side to side, entering turn number 1. Jimmy King remains in third. Steve Huff trails it. All 4 boats in turn number 1. Working the third time around, and Brad, Mike Grindell owns this one. His 2022 Alabama race is off to a good start.
Off to a real good start, and this is the second heat he's got a boat in. They're both doing very, very well, but we're not done yet. They will get the white flag when they come around this time, but you know what? Keep an eye on that Paul Barber. That EMS Presents Legacy 1. He's making up a little bit of ground, Jeff. This is going to get good.
Coming down to get the white flag. Barber, though, has to remain on that outside wake of your leader, but he seems to have superiority now over the third place boat. White flag displayed. Patrick Haworth in front. Rooster tail and a half over Paul Barber in second. Barber a same distance over Jimmy King in third, and trailing it, and I'm surprised, Steve Huff at the back of the pack. Off turn number 1, it's all Haworth looking at to keep alive, get the checkered.
The Canadian is running away, got almost 2 full rooster tails. Again, I think the shouting's over in this one. I think you let him go at this point. I think Paul Barber says, all right, you got me on this one, but put me on the inside, and I'm going to make sure you get your hands full. Jeff Ayler, it's our second checkered flag. Pull it out, get it up, and bring us a winner.
Checkered flag displayed. Here's your winner of Marshall Precision Manufacturing Pro-Lite 1A. It's Patrick Haworth. Bad influence. Second place to Paul Barber and EMS Presents Legacy 1. Third to Jimmy King in the Bow's back. And fourth to Steve Huff, and he flied to tear across the start-finish line buoy in fourth in the Faster Than Cancer Foundation. So the owner, Mike Grindell, he's off to a great start. He does not have a boat, though, coming up, an American Dumpster Unlimited 1A.
He's not going to get 3 in a row, at least in our 3 heats in a row. But absolutely a good start. Patrick Haworth, the young man out of Canada, came down here, showed him the importance of a very, very good start. Both of our starts, Jeff, boats have had advantages on other boats because of the start, but we haven't seen anybody time it real close yet. I think in our Unlimited 1A coming up, presented by American Dumpster, I think we're going to see that because they've had more time on the water, more timing runs to this clock. You have got to be on time. So next up on the agenda is our H1 Unlimited American Dumpster Heat 1A. Jeff and I will be back in just a few minutes when we get boats in the water and are ready to go, but we'll step away, have a conversation with the officials, make sure everything is legal. But a good run for our first 2 heats of the day. Jeff, you having fun? You drove down here from Madison, Indiana. Hurry up, throw that Gatorade home. How you feeling?
I like it.
I know you do. I know you do. It's been a lot of fun so far, 2 in the books. Now it's time to go H1 Unlimited Racing. The big boats.
First heat of the year for the H1 Unlimiteds, and of course the race is for the big trophy, the APBA Gold Cup. And Brad, coining Debbie Gregory that you've done many times, it's points. You can't win the Gold Cup in the first stanza. You win it at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but to get there, you have to score well in the preliminaries. It will be a 5-boat front row final heat at Guntersville, and that will be the first time ever we'll see 5 big puppies coming to the line to take the start.
We've had it scheduled before, but we had a little incident at the start last year. One of our boats got disqualified. We ended up only having 4 in the front row, so we're going to put 5 of them out there and run for that great big chunk of hardware that's just sitting over our shoulder. But for right now, we're going to step away. I'm going to turn it over to the man with all the music, Wyatt. Crank us up some good tunes, bud.
Close to the opening of the contract. No, I don't. I'm not getting any signal. One dragon, one in, one ship, and one square running around.
Hey, Shannon, ask the dog below. He doesn't know.
Hey, hey. Oh yeah, but
Brian. Okay, where's 13? Towards turn 2.
I have you now, Emily.
Oh, yeah. Brian, you see that?
No, we're not gonna have sound.
Just try to line up on this next buoy with the buoy, which should be the entrance pin.
The entrance of Unlimited, or?
Yeah, for the Unlimited.
Okay.
Right there, right there. Okay, go back.
That's the GT.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it's between the
Dock
two.
reaction.
And then okay, yeah, right there. Stay right there.
Are you?
You're perfect right there, just stick. Because I can barely see that Unlimited entrance pin.
You want me to go up to the Unlimited so we can see it and then come back?
No, we're good. I can see it.
Okay, I can see it at all.
Yeah.
Am I in line?
Yep, you're in line.
you. Thank you very much. Would you prefer to stay in the center like you have been, or do you want to go into your seat small bit? It doesn't matter, whatever you like. Yeah, let's just stay in the center. You gotta just plug me for the camera. Get down out there.
No, the start of the heat is 11:30, right? Start of the heat. Yeah.
Are we doing like a 10
You're not up, right? Or you're not right now?
Oh, it's up to you. I just got it. Yeah. And it's just hard to like say, so I can get this set up there.
Hold on, Sam.
Are you talking to me?
Me.
Oh.
Chairman, Race Chairman Philip Mosley, can you please report to the award stage? Post haste. Race Chairman Philip Mosley to the award stage immediately, please. Thank you.
It's so fun. It's kind of fun to land on that thing.
I know.
It feels all official, like I'm in the airport. Ladies landing on our aircraft here. What are we doing? What are you getting all warmed up
We
for?
got a heat.
Oh my lord.
We got a heat. Where you been?
Oh wow. Until our heat starts.
Like 5 minutes.
Your card. How's your battery on this controller? Got a little bit. Alright, so
Another card.
should I do start?
Wrap it around. Look out. I don't know. Is that what you wanted? For this heat, just go get into your corner. Let's get that established. Look at the size of this bug.
Okay.
Look at that.
I think it was. Head that way. I'll be right there. Kill it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about our first heat of Pro-Lites. We also had our first heat of Grand Prix America. Jeff Bernard was the winner of our first heat in Grand Prix America. He's going to be busy here in a few minutes. He's going to be out on the water in an H1 Unlimited, but we have the winner of our first Pro-Lite heat. The heat was sponsored by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. Our winner, Patrick Howard from north of the border. First of all, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much. It was a good race. We were very happy.
You got to jump on the field, but the mirrors were still full of the competition the entire way.
Well, the Pro-Lite series, there's a whole bunch of boats, quality boats, and anybody can win in this series. So, you know, you got to get the perfect start and try and keep them in your mirrors.
And it's been a while since you got behind the wheel of a race boat.
Yeah, I haven't been in a race boat since 2019 because of the COVID. And because I live in Canada, I couldn't cross the border, so I'm real happy to be back in Guntersville. I mean, it's an amazing race.
And it's a great place to be. The people are wonderful, aren't they?
Oh, the hospitality is amazing. And when I go back to Canada, the first thing I say is the people from Guntersville in Alabama are really, really friendly.
Technical question about racing. How hot's that driver's suit?
Oh, I think I lost a few pounds since yesterday, I can tell you that much.
Well, it's a good start, obviously, to the weekend. We're going to look for you further on down the line. If you turn to your left, you're going to find Katie Norton here. She got a piece of hardware for you, my friend. And we got a cameraman right over there. Katie, why don't you stand next to him? You did the presenting. We'll get a picture. And let's give it up for Patrick Haworth from Canada. Young man, thank you. We will see you later on in the day. Patrick Haworth, now, stand by, ladies and gentlemen. That was our E350 Pro-Lite class presented by Marshall Precision Manufacturing. The Heat 1A winner, Patrick Haworth, driving a Bad Influence E79. Now, it is H1 Unlimited. Time to go racing.
Thank you, Brad Luce, for our fans along the shoreline and watch it at home via H1 Unlimited through YouTube. We are inside 7 minutes away from Unlimited Heat 1A, brought to you by American Dumpster. Stand by.
Get off the radio. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 6 minutes, green flag.
We are inside 6 minutes to the start of our American Dumpster H1 Unlimited Heat 1A. We are going to have 4 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes coming out onto the race course here for our Heat 1A. The field will look like this. The U91, the black and gold, Miss Goodman Real Estate. Goodman Real Estate will be driven by Jeff Bernard. He'll be joined by a good friend of his, J. Michael Kelly. He is our defending Lake Guntersville champion. He'll be driving the silver and bright orange Miss Tri-Cities, the U8. He's also going to have teammate Corey Peabody driving the U9, the other silver boat, the Lynx Healthcare. That's Corey Peabody in the 9. And rounding out the field, Jeff Ayler, this one should be fun. A lot of orange on the U40, the Beacon Plumbing, Dave Vilwalk. So it's Bernard, J. Michael, Corey Peabody, and Dave Vilwalk. This could be fun.
It's going to be fun. Great way to kick off the 2022 H1 Unlimited Hydroplane season, and better yet, it's for the APBA Gold Cup, the 112th running, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world.
In the world, that's it, and it's standing right behind us. And good news, we've got 4 boats set to answer the bell. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 rooster tails coming across. And I can tell you right now, the Beacon Plumbing and Dave Vilwalk, they've already had a better day here on day 1 than they had a year ago. They had a very difficult time answering the bell, but they are here. Jeff, we are going to go 3 times around this 2.5-mile oval. We're looking at the clock. We're coming up on 4 minutes and 10 seconds until the start. Again, it's the 91 black and gold. It's the U8 silver and orange. It's the U9 dominant silver and the U40 pretty much all orange. And Dave Vilwalk is the first boat coming across start finish, predominantly orange trimmed in black. U40 Beacon Plumbing.
Unlike our first 2 heats for our fans along the shoreline, it was assigned lanes, clock start. Now the big guys fight for lanes, clock start. The milling period is very important to position yourself to get to these start-finish line buoys when the clock strikes 0. Brad, if you jump the gun in H1 Unlimited, that is a 1-lap penalty. Boy, Vilwalk in the milling period right now is by himself. The other 3 drivers seem to be keen on each other.
Yeah, the other 3 drivers down there at the bottom of the race course, nobody can really move. See if J. Michael Kelly on the inside doesn't make a left-hand turn here somewhere. Now he's going to put his foot in it, and J. Mike's going to pull ahead, but see if he doesn't make a left-hand turn at the top and maybe come across the race course and get away from those other 2 guys.
And also, too, the 2 silver boats are teammates, J. Michael Kelly in the Miss Tri-Cities, Corey Peabody in Lynx Healthcare. Now, Bernard is pulled away from him, so Brad, would the teammate drivers try to key on each other and decide how to get to this start-finish line buoy at full tilt at 0?
Yeah, we're never going to know exactly what they're thinking right now, and the 2 teammates are very close together up there. The 2 silver boats, the boat on the outside, look at Dave Vilwalk across the course at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Now he's out in front of the field talking about the 2 boats that are behind everybody, the 2 silver boats. On the outside is the U9, that's Corey Peabody, the Lynx Healthcare inside, and coming on hard is the U9, or the U8, the Miss Tri-Cities. The difference, and you can see it right there, is the orange on the fairings, the vertical uprights on the U8. They are silver on the U9. Boats are down to the lower end of the race course, and we're cutting the race course again. Dave went all the way down, but we had 2 cutters that are going to get in front of him right now.
Boy, both Bernard and Kelly cut through the GP Pro-Lite course, and now Bernard, 2 minutes. 2 minutes until American Dumpster Unlimited 1A here at the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. It's the APBA Gold Cup for the H1.
Here comes Dave!
Cutting through.
Here comes Dave cutting through. Sorry to jump on you there, but that's a big move, and I think his timing is okay. I have some unofficial marks on this race course. We'll leave that to the professionals, but I think Dave is all right. He wants to be down at that lower corner at some point after 1:30, and right now he's at 1:25.
So Vilwalk, Brad, I think he will go clear down to turn number 1. Peabody's in a position he'll have to do the same. Now Kelly, what's his position? Will he cut? Will he go down? Bernard has a wonderful opportunity to cut.
There he goes. J. Michael Kelly is going to cut the course. Is he too early? Now Vilwalk's going to come off the corner down there and see a rooster tail in front of him. His spotter will say that is J. Michael Kelly. Now looking at the watch, we're inside 1 minute, but J. Michael Kelly out front cannot drop below 80 miles an hour. This is where that rule comes into play. We'll watch him up the backstretch. The Miss Tri-Cities, the U8 is on the inside. He is out front. The Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk is in second place. Then it is Corey Peabody driving the U9, the Lynx Healthcare, and trailing the field and coming up strong with a lot of boat speed, Jeff Bernard in the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. Top end of the race course, 30 seconds until our start. Come on, Jeff. Oh, he'll pick it up. He may come with an awful lot of boat speed. Now, Jeff Ayler was talking about 16, 15, 13 seconds off that pin. We are at 17 seconds right now. It's getting to about time to put your foot on the gas. This is going to be close. Jeff, bring him to the line. The first heat of Unlimiteds.
Guntersville, buckle up. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we're racing American Dumpster Unlimited Heat 1A. Corey Peabody leads them across the line in the Lynx Healthcare in lane number 3. We look to our right, Peabody there first. Peabody, your leader. Vilwalk is there in second. Peabody, Vilwalk, side by side off the turn.
Just like that, we're coming out with side-by-side racing here in Heat 1A, and it is Corey Peabody. Lynx Healthcare got him by a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half. Vilwalk's not gonna go away. J. Michael Kelly in the Miss Tri-Cities is in third, and then it's Bernard knocking on the door, and the Goodman Real Estate in fourth. Top end of the race course. We've got to leave room in there for Dave Vilwalk. Although Dave Vilwalk has control of the course, there's Corey Peabody. Jeff off the top end of the race course. Great racing here in our Heat 1A.
Beautiful deck-to-deck dueling American Dumpster Unlimited 1A. Vilwalk on the inside at 68 years of age, driving like a 28-year-old. Your official leader after lap number 1 is Corey Peabody. Lynx Healthcare, Vilwalk in second, Beacon Plumbing, deck-to-deck racing for third. Kelly to the inside, Bernard to the outside. Back into turn number 1 to begin the H1 season. Vilwalk at 68 years of age is in front, but Peabody is there.
Peabody is right there as they come off the exit pin. Now we talk about that acceleration off that pin, and Dave seems to have it. Looks like one boat. Trust me, Corey is right there. He's knocking on the door right with him. We've got another deck-to-deck duel going on up the backstretch. Jeff Bernard's got about 2 boat lengths on J. Michael Kelly driving out of his Tri-Cities. The Goodman Real Estate is out front by 2 boat lengths, but top end of the race course, Beacon Plumbing, the 68-year-old superstar Dave Vilwalk slides out to about lane number 3. Still got Corey sitting right on his hip, Jeff.
Little hip check by Dave Vilwalk. Look legal from our vantage point. We will come down to get the white flag. Hopefully, yes, white flag is displayed. 2 complete, 1 to go, and now Vilwalk extends it out. Oh, and Peabody flew the Lynx Healthcare back in second. Now J. Michael Kelly has moved into third, and Miss Tri-Cities, Jeff Bernard fourth, and Miss Goodman Real Estate, Brad off the turn. Can Vilwalk hang on to get 400 points?
It looks like he may be able to do it. He's got about a full rooster tail, but Corey doesn't want to go away. Beacon Plumbing U40. Dave Vilwalk showing the dominance of that bright orange boat with the black trim and the dominance and the importance of the inside lane. Corey still hanging right with him, but it's about a rooster tail difference. This race for third is not over. Miss Tri-Cities with J. Michael Kelly and the Goodman Real Estate with Jeff Bernard got their own duel going. Now Dave Vilwalk has opened up more water on Corey Peabody. I think Corey lets him go. Checkered flag should fly. Jeff, bring him home.
68 years of age, 67 career wins, 10 Gold Cups. The checkered flag is out. Dave Vilwalk is your winner of American Dumpster Unlimited 1A here at Lake Guntersville. Second place will go to Corey Peabody and the U9 Lynx Healthcare. J. Michael Kelly fought and battled for that third place position, gained superiority halfway through it. Third place to J. Michael Kelly in U8 Miss Tri-Cities. Jeff Bernard, I'm sure he'll be disappointed, Brad. Not the best start that Jeff Bernard could have got, but they did score, and will get 169 points in fourth. And last year's Gold Cup winning Hull, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. Guntersville, the Gold Cup is underway. What you think?
Oh, we got maybe
we might have a development.
We got some rumblings going on here on the radio, but on the water it was spectacular racing in our American Dumpster Unlimited Heat 1A. Dave Vilwalk was able to hold off Corey Peabody. Dave Vilwalk in the Beacon Plumbing. Corey Peabody was driving right on his outside hip in the Lynx Healthcare. That was boat number 9, JMK. J. Michael Kelly, our defending champion, driving the Miss Tri-Cities, and Jeff Bernard came home in fourth. And Jeff Ayler, I actually thought Jeff Bernard in the Goodman Real Estate, he actually got around J. Michael Kelly at one point, but Kelly was able to get things squared away and able to take that inside lane, get by, and pick up 300 points, or excuse me, third place points.
Great way to start off our Gold Cup, and Brad, we will check with officials with H1 Unlimited. Right now, the marker board from Tana Morissette is being erased. So right now, unofficially, and +2, Brad, the turbine boats have to go through tech inspection. Unofficially, your winner of American Dumpster Unlimited 1A, Dave Vilwalk, Beacon Plumbing. Second place, Corey Peabody, Lynx Healthcare. Third place to J. Michael Kelly, Miss Tri-Cities, and Jeff Bernard in the fourth position in Miss Goodman Real Estate. Up next at high noon, WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B. And Brad, when I said Guntersville, how you like it, we heard some cheers.
I think you heard mine because I liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I'm over here with Patrick Howard, and we were just having a grand old time watching that. I tell you, we got excited when those boats I can't help it. You get those boats out there, and we had 2 deck-to-deck duels going on there. It was very exciting. And fans here in Guntersville, oh, that's just the beginning. We've got lots more to come where that came from. We'll be back. Jeff and I are going to step away. We're going to have a conversation, like we always say, with the officials. Make sure everything is legal. But for now, thank you, American Dumpster, the sponsor of H1 Unlimited Heat 1A.
It looked
mounted there. And then then I can hold that here, see what I mean? And then...
So it's mounted with clips.
So, recording out here, it's too much of a glare. If we move the clock up here, I can have the iPad there and shoot across the line and have that in there. We do it whenever, but we definitely get it. You can use that back there.
Well done. You ready?
How close do we need to get?
We're going. Good. When he's ready with the clock. Okay, we're gonna go. Stand by.
We're about 30 seconds.
Okay, go. Do your thing.
Sorry.
I got Bill Walk taken care of.
Okay.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Pro-Lite drivers for Heat 1B. Stand by for countdown coming up in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 6-minute mark for Pro-Lite 1B. Thirty seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B drivers. Crank them up. Pro-Lite drivers parked to the right of us here on the shoreline of Lake Guntersville, and so unusual to come underneath the causeway. But they've managed well yesterday in testing and so far earlier today in Pro-Lite Heat 1A. This is WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B. Pro-Lite Series sponsor, Phenom Digital, with assistance from RSTZ Transport. These crafts are 20-foot length, 10-foot width, 1,500-pounder racing vessel with the driver inside, all powered by a 350 cubic inch engine, generates around 400 horsepower. Boats are capable of up to 130 miles per hour. In competition here, looking to see shoot speeds at the end of each shoot about 110. 115. Brad Luce, we're 3 minutes and 45 seconds away from the start. We're back in action before our break, and then we'll come back in the afternoon for more racing activity here at Guntersville.
We promised a lot of action on the water, and we are giving it. It is happening. This is great stuff. We've had constant action on the water. I've already got a driver over here waiting to get a trophy. I got him cooling his heels over there with the sponsor. I said, babysit this guy for a few minutes. Wait, I got to go back to work. This is fun. This is what it's all about.
WQSB Heat 1B. Here's your lineup. Lane number 1, dominant red boat. E40, Miss General RV. Dylan Godell, the chauffeur out of Allen Park, Michigan. Lane number 2, dominant white craft and one to watch. The E242, LDC Construction. Bobby King, the driver out of Shelby Township, Michigan. Brad, I like all the drivers, but this one in lane number 3 I like, out of Rumson, New Jersey. Dylan Running in the E2 Pleasure Seekers. Lane number 4, Gary Shalvant, a retired American Airlines pilot out of Jackson, Michigan, drives the Flyboy. And on the outside, Donnie Allen out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, driving Hearn Motorsports, and that's Donnie right here in front of us by the start-finish line buoy. 2 minutes, 20 seconds until the start. 4 times around, 5-mile competition heat. Brad, we had 4 start 1A. Looks like we're setting sequence for 5 official starters in WQSB 1B.
Yeah, it certainly does. We're coming up on 2 minutes. 5 are supposed to answer the bell. We got 5 out on the water. You went down. Our participants here in our Heat 1B presented by WQSB. He's on the far outside, but I like that Donnie Allen.
Donnie Allen, exceptional racer out of Wisconsin, driving for Richard Hearn Motorsports. Brad, you met Dylan Runny for the first time back in Detroit in 2019. That's the boat in turn number 1. But Roger Mahan's got 2 weapons in here, King in 2, Runny in the 3 lane. But our friend out of Allen Park, Michigan, Dylan Runny, you can't count him out. He drew lane number 1. A lot of boat speed. Could shake up some things to his outside.
Certainly could. This is going to be very good. We've got 1, 2, 3 boat there, 4 boats heading down toward the bottom end of the race course. Our 5th boat will join them, coming up on 1 minute, 10 seconds to the start. Jeff Ayler, I like where they are. Let's put them on a line. Let's go. 4 times around our race course here. And if it's anything like what we've seen so far, it's going to be a good one.
Should be fun as we're approaching. We're just past the 12 o'clock mark Central Time here in Guntersville. WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B series sponsor Phenom Digital with support from RSTZ Transport. Lane number 1, Dylan Godell. Lane number 2, Bobby King. Lane number 3, Dylan Runny. Lane number 4, Gary Shalvant. Lane number 5, Donnie Allen. 30 seconds away. Everyone looks well behaved.
And now it's all about those timing marks that we've been talking about yesterday afternoon and all morning long. You want your boat on the start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. Don't be a tick early. That'll incur the wrath of the officials, and you are not going to get a win. We're inside 15 seconds, coming up on 11. Jeff Ayler, let's start Heat 1B, presented by WQSB.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, and we're racing. We might have some gun jumpers, but we'll call it physically. Here in WQSB Heat 1B, Runny was across the line first in lane 3 in Pleasure Seekers. Runny in front, but Brad to his inside. That's Bobby King. King and Runny, deck to deck.
King and Runny are side by side. Now it's King starting to move out a little bit, but Runny's right with him. Good deck-to-deck racing up the backstretch here in the first of 4 times. And look at the speed now on the outside. Now King's going to have to get some dividends for being there in lane 1. He's going to have to hold it in tight. Good racing at the top end of the race course. 1, 2.
We'll come down to complete lap number 1. The start is under review, but it's dynamite dueling for the fans along the shoreline and watching online here at Lake Guntersville. Runny pulls out to a 2-boat length advantage over King in second. Donnie Allen in third. Dylan Godell in fourth. Gary Shalvant trails it, but the race is up in the front. And now Runny, Brad, is gaining superiority, making a tail advantage over King.
Yeah, King's dropped back a little bit on the inside. He still has that lane in there, and I think Runny's going to run him clean. But they're at the top end of the race course here momentarily. It's almost a full rooster tail lead right now for Runny at the top end. And we'll see if King has to move to the outside. But Runny has definitely opened up water. His boat looks strong.
Got a battle for that final position. Now Gary Shalvant moves into fourth. Dylan Godell in the 5th position. We're halfway through it. WQSB Pro-Lite 1B, and we got 2 gun jumpers. Your leader, Dylan Runny, is a gun jumper along with Donnie Allen. So right now, Brad, let's reset our lineup. Bobby King, who is physically running in second, is first, but this is your battle for second. The 2 boats in the back of the Packers side by side in turn 1.
All right, so physically the way they are on the water, the boat out front has jumped the start. The boat running in 3rd place up the backstretch has jumped the start. Your leader is the 2nd boat, the all-white one at the top end of the race course. And as Jeff just said, your race for 2nd place is coming off the lower corner. And as you say, Jeff, it is deck to deck. They are tied together going down the back chute.
Brad and GPA and Pro-Lite will go ahead and give him the white flag. Runny will be issued a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time for the gun jump. But there's your leader, the dominant white boat, entering turn number 1, Bobby King, LDC Construction. Donnie Allen entering turn number 1, a gun jumper, a 1-minute penalty. But Brad, here's this side-by-side dueling, and the former American Airlines retired pilot, Gary Salvant, flying the flyboy. Godell drops back in second. These are big points for second.
Boy, they sure are. Second, third place points. Salvant on the outside. He's on the outside. I thought we had a lane change in there, and I think maybe we did. Salvant now is taking control. He is running in second place. Our leader is at the top end of the race course. Jeff Ayler, bring him down. Give him a checkered flag.
Checkered flag waving. Here's your winner, a WQSB Pro-Lite Heat 1B, Bobby King in the LDC Construction. They did give the checkered to Donnie Allen, but we got word he had a 1-minute penalty. So right now, here's your second place boat up in turn number 2, the blue and yellow Flyboy. And Gary Salvant will be happy with this second place. You get him how you can get him. 300 points for Gary Salvant in second. Dylan Godell will get the 4th position in Miss General RV. And Brad, that will drop Dylan Runny back to 4th in Pleasure Seekers, and Donnie Allen in the final spot in Hearn Motorsports. They were a little itchy coming to the line. They were early.
They were early. It was definitely close. It was too close to call by our eyes. We all looked at each other and thought, man, that was awfully close. But we had a couple of gun jumpers. That changes things. And as you were saying earlier when you were talking about Debbie Gregory and what she used to say, it's the same in our Pro-Lite class presented by Phenom Digital. It is all about points, points, points. And right there we had a big change in the points due to a jumping of the gun. We are about to take a break here and bring our safety and rescue personnel in off the water. But Jeff Ayler, before we do that, I've got a very tall driver over here by the name of Dave Vilwalk, who picked up a victory in our Heat 1A, our American Dumpster Heat 1A. So we're going to get some hardware. Dave's holding court over there, so I think he's doing pretty good, but I'm going to go grab him along with the owner, Nathan Evans of American Dumpster, and we're going to give him some hardware. Oh, yeah. Yes, and yes, again. I'm doing. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our tremendous staff here, Katie Norton and her crew, has just done an awesome job of putting this schedule together, and I'm very pleased to say that so far, at least to the first break, we are staying right on schedule. The only thing we didn't get to do was give away the trophy for American Dumpster Heat 1A before we ran that last heat of our Pro-Lite hydroplanes. But Dave was kind enough to hang out over here, get to know the sponsor pretty well. Let's get a couple of comments from Dave, and we'll hand away some hardware. Dave, first of all, this is a good start to Guntersville for you. You like this now.
Yeah, that's the way to start it. For Bill Cahill and Beacon Plumbing, this is a way to start the Gold Cup, isn't it?
It's a great way to start the Gold Cup. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how much you could see in your mirrors. I know you had Corey hanging right with you, but it was a great race for the fans.
It was a great race all the way around. Everybody did a great job. That's one of the fun ones.
And as you and I were talking during the test session or after the test session in Tri-Cities, there's a lot of fast boats over there in that pit area.
Sure is, but they wouldn't be here without help of people, a great sponsor like American Dumpster. If they weren't here helping this whole thing go off, it wouldn't go off. So I'm really appreciative of them and all the fans that are here today.
Trust me, this guy knows. Those are very true words coming out of the winningest driver in the history of the sport. Let's get Nathan Evans up here, the owner of American Dumpster. Nathan, I'm going to hand you the microphone. You want to ask this guy something or talk to him? Nathan Evans.
No, the American Dumpster Company appreciates you, and we appreciate you winning the race, and hopefully you keep winning tomorrow and win it all.
Thanks, you're my guy. Thanks.
With bated breath.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, American Dumpster. Thank you, Dave Vilwalk. Just a side note as we take a 1 hour break, this little chunk of hardware over here, You won't have to look very long or very hard to find Dave Vilwalk's name on it. It's on there 10 times. Make sure you come up and get a look at this guy. It is something special. We're going to take a break. We're going to step away from the microphones. We're all going to take this opportunity to hydrate. Make sure you are hydrating. Make sure you get something to eat. We got lots of vendors here. T-shirts, hats, everything you want to purchase is right here. Up and down the beach, there's also all kinds of food. If you're a foodie, you have come to the right place. Lots of food, lots of stuff to drink, souvenirs to buy. It is the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, the race for the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about an hour. Sorry to interrupt the music. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. This is pretty darn close. I was asked a little bit ago to talk to you all about a silver Nissan Altima that had the motor still running. I now have a white Nissan Altima with the motor running. License number 25B Baker 160D like dog. Again, 25B like Baker 160D David, a white Nissan Altima. The car's running. You may want to go shut it off. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Wyatt. Get back to the music, buddy. We're going to take a break. And for those listening and watching online, this will end the morning broadcast. We'll be back after the break with the second half of the show.